Testimony, My Voice. By Theodore Hudson. Copyright 2025 by Theodore Hudson, all rights reserved. No part of this publication may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, including photocopying, recording, or other electronic or mechanical methods, without the prior written permission of the author, except in the case of brief quotations embodied in critical reviews and certain other non-commercial uses permitted by copyright law. For permission requests, contact Theodore Hudson, founder, tfinews24.org, Blackwell, Oklahoma. 580-670-0137. Disclaimer. This work is a personal testimony and reflection written from the lived experiences, faith, and healing journey of the author. Any resemblance to specific individuals or events outside of those explicitly acknowledged is coincidental. While these pages draw deeply from my own life, they also represent stories, insights, and shared experiences of others who entrusted me with their truths for the sake of healing and awareness. I write not to accuse, but to illuminate. I write not to condemn, but to free. Every word has been weighed through prayer, truth, and survival. This book is not intended as psychological, legal, or medical advice. It is a witness, an account of endurance, deliverance, and restoration through faith, fatherhood, and the relentless grace of God. Truth is oxygen. Without it, love suffocates. Theo. Table of Contents. Introduction. Chapter 1, My Testimony. Chapter 2, Scripture Tells Us Plainly. Chapter 3, Counterfeit Love. Chapter 4, The Toll of Silence. Chapter 5, The Emotional Drift. Chapter 6, The Weight of Lies and False Narratives. Chapter 7, Shock and Survival Mode. Chapter 8, Rebuilding Inner Ground. Chapter 9, The Cost of Silence. Chapter 10, Parenting in the Rubble. Chapter 11, The Children's Witness. Chapter 12, Reclaiming Legacy. Message to all who gave all. About the author. Introduction. I didn't write this testimony because I wanted to. I wrote it because silence was killing me. For too long, I lived in a house where my presence was tolerated, but my voice was erased. Where I carried the weight of provision, protection, and loyalty, but the very air around me was thick with indifference, coldness, and lies. Where I gave everything a man could give: time, labor, money, devotion, and watched it vanish into a void that never once gave back with the same measure. This isn't theory. This isn't philosophy. This is my blood and ink. I've walked through betrayal not only in my home, but in the courts, in contracts, in family circles where division was normalized and my children were treated as outsiders while favoritism flourished. I have been excluded from the photos of my own child's birth. I have stood in doorways where my presence was unacknowledged while others were celebrated. I have invested tens of thousands into building a home, into building a future, only to be treated as if none of it mattered. And in all of that, I carried not just the weight of betrayal, but the ache of fatherhood, watching my older children feel the sting of rejection, the baby girl I fought for growing up in an atmosphere where loyalty cost me everything but was rarely returned. And I will not lie to you, it broke me in places. It bent my back under pressures no man should carry alone. It rewired my nervous system with years of silence, neglect, and gaslighting until I questioned my own sanity. It made me rehearse my words like a defendant preparing for trial, knowing that any slip would be twisted, weaponized, or dismissed as your version. It made me carry shame that was never mine, guilt that belonged to another, and lies that belonged to hell itself. But here's the truth. I did not survive all of this to remain silent. Silence is what counterfeit love demands. Silence is how abuse thrives. Silence is the slow poison that convinces you lies are safer than truth. Chaos is safer than confrontation. Captivity is safer than freedom. And I refuse to hand that poison to my children as their inheritance. So this is why I write. I write because truth heals what lies erased. I write because my children deserve to see their father's voice stand in the light instead of vanish in the shadows. I write because no man, no woman, No child should have to wonder if their worth is negotiable, if their dignity is disposable, if their voice can be erased in the name of keeping the peace. This isn't just my story. This is a mirror of what happens when counterfeit love invades a home, when dishonor goes unchallenged, when silence is mistaken for strength, and when loyalty is weaponized against the very person who gave it most. And let me be clear, this is not a book of bitterness. This is not revenge in print. This is testimony. Testimony means evidence. Evidence means proof. And proof means that what was meant to destroy me now becomes the record that liberates others. You're going to read about lies that nearly broke me. You're going to read about betrayal that cut me to the bone. You're going to read about silence that rewired my body and exile that marked my children. But you're also going to read about endurance. About a man who refused to quit even when quitting seemed easier. About scars that became maps. About truth that became oxygen when lies tried to suffocate me. And if you keep reading, you will see the guardrails, the lessons carved into my skin that I had to learn the hardest way possible. Guardrails about truth before illusion, grace before judgment, presence before performance, boundaries before burnout, mutuality before martyrdom, healing before resolution. These are not slogans. These are survival. I want to say this from the start. You are not weak for having endured what broke you. You are not crazy for doubting your own eyes when lies bent reality around you. You are not less of a man, less of a woman, less of a human for trying to love someone who refused to love you back in truth. The weak are not the ones who stayed too long. The weak are the ones who lied, erased, and refused to repair. So take this testimony as a witness. Take it as a map. Take it as proof that you can survive the silence, the betrayal, the loss, and still reclaim your voice. You can choose covenant over counterfeit. You can protect your children from cycles that would have swallowed them. You can honor God not by staying in lies, but by walking in truth, even if it costs you proximity. I am writing this because truth has to live somewhere. And if it cannot live in my home right now, then let it live in these pages. I want you to understand something I wish I had understood earlier. Love is not proven by how much you can endure. For years I thought if I just carried enough, overlooked enough, forgave enough, maybe it would finally be enough. That maybe one day the woman I gave my life to would meet me there, not just in words, but in presence. But every time I gave more, the line shifted. Every time I bent, the ground beneath me tilted further. I was carrying the cost of two people while being blamed as if I had contributed nothing. And in the middle of that, I still had to be a father. My children didn't get to take a break from needing me. Bills didn't stop coming. The house didn't stop needing repairs. And then the contractor fraud came crashing in like another blow. I coordinated, I funded, I labored, I fought in courtrooms, only to watch a man who lied his way through contracts nearly walk away with everything while I was left exhausted and invisible. Even when the judge acknowledged my labor and my losses, it wasn't just about money. It was about dignity. It was about watching my work, my sweat, my sacrifices treated like they were nothing, like I was nothing. That's what betrayal does. It doesn't just cost you finances, it tries to rob you of meaning. And then there's what happened with Lola's birth. I can still feel the ache of that exclusion. Pictures taken without me, milestones frozen in time as if I didn't exist. Do you know what it feels like for a father to fight every day for his family, to stand in the room when it's hard, and then to be erased from the very evidence of his child's first breath? That wound doesn't fade. It lingers. It becomes a scar that whispers, you weren't wanted in the moment you wanted most. And my older children, God, the ache I carry for them. They've watched me try to hold a home together while being treated as if they didn't belong. They've seen doors open for others and slam in their faces. They've seen holidays where their presence wasn't welcomed, family photos they were excluded from, tables where their seats were missing. They've watched their father give everything he had and receive nothing but silence in return. And you know what that does to a child? It tells them love is conditional. It teaches them they must earn belonging. It wires shame into their bones. And that's why I refuse to stay silent, because my children's inheritance will not be my silence. I've learned this the hardest way. When lies rule a home, children inherit confusion. When truth rules a home, children inherit clarity. and I will bleed before I let my kids inherit confusion. That's why I'm writing this now. Because it's not just about me. It's about legacy. It's about ensuring that what I went through doesn't get recycled into their adulthood, their marriages, their fatherhood, or their motherhood. Let me tell you something plain. Covenant love doesn't erase. Counterfeit love erases. Covenant makes room for everyone at the table. Counterfeit pushes children aside to protect appearances. Covenant heals. Counterfeit hides. Covenant tells the truth even when it stings. Counterfeit spins lies until everyone doubts their own memory. And when you live in counterfeit long enough, you stop noticing how much you've adapted to survive. You stop noticing that you're exhausted all the time because you're always on guard. You stop noticing how your body tenses at the sound of their silence, how your stomach knots when you hear their footsteps, how your heart sinks when you see their name pop up on your phone. You call it love, but it's survival. You call it loyalty, but it's bondage. And the longer you stay, the more you start confusing captivity with covenant. But here's what I want to say to every man and woman who has ever lived that reality. You're not weak for staying. You're human. Your nervous system was doing what it had to do to survive. Your heart was doing what it was made to do, to love, to hope, to give. That's not weakness. That's evidence that you are alive. The weakness wasn't in you. It was in the one who couldn't meet you in truth. That's the dividing line I had to finally face. Not that I wasn't enough. Not that I didn't try hard enough. But that love cannot be built on excuses, silence, or lies. No matter how much I gave, no matter how much I sacrificed, no matter how much I endured, it was never going to become covenant because covenant requires two people. Covenant requires truth. Covenant requires presence. And here's the brutal truth. If you're the only one building, it's not covenant. It's captivity. I used to think covenant meant enduring no matter what. Now I know covenant means telling the truth no matter what. So when you read these pages, understand this. You're not holding another "How to Fix Your Marriage" book. You're holding evidence. You're holding scars turned into sentences. You're holding a father's refusal to let lies rewrite his story or his children's story. You're holding a man's voice that will not be silenced again. This is my offering to you. My testimony. My map. My voice where silence once was. And if you're reading this wondering if your situation is the same, wondering if your exhaustion means what mine meant, here's how you'll know. If love requires you to erase yourself, it's not love. Silence has a sound. People think silence is nothing, but it's not. Silence hums. It presses down on the chest, it hums in the ears, it sits in the gut like a stone. I lived in that kind of silence for years, the kind that wasn't rest, but punishment. Do you know what that does to a man's body? It rewires it. My chest stayed tight. My jaw clenched even when I slept. I woke up in the middle of the night because my nervous system never clocked out. It thought danger was always around the corner. Some nights I'd lie awake next to the woman I gave everything to and feel more alone than if the bed had been empty. Because it's not the absence of sound that kills you, it's the absence of presence. And over time, that absence wasn't just emotional. It became physical. Affection dried up. Intimacy became an obligation, not an overflow. I could go weeks, months even, without being chosen in the most basic ways. And I tried to excuse it. I told myself she's tired. She's stressed. This season is hard. But seasons became years. And years became a way of life where I was supposed to live off scraps and call it love. The silence grew louder than words. It said, "You're not enough. You don't matter. You don't deserve to be met." That silence took a toll not only on my body but on my spirit. I prayed and waited for change. I asked for counseling, for medication reviews, for therapy, for partnership. Sometimes there were small moments where I thought maybe we'd turned a corner. But silence would come roaring back, cold and heavy, reminding me again that one person can't repair what two refuse to face. And I realized something no one tells men enough. You cannot pray your way into someone else's maturity. You cannot fast your way into someone else's repentance. You can only tell the truth and set boundaries in faith. And then there was the fraud. That whole construction ordeal was a mirror of what I was already living inside the relationship. I poured in money, labor, trust. I coordinated, carried, and gave. And then the man who promised to build with me walked off with the benefit, leaving me holding the debt. Isn't that exactly what had been happening in my home? Me pouring in, her withdrawing. Me building, her benefiting without investing. Me carrying the cost, her walking away from the weight. When the court recognized my labor, I felt vindicated in part, but it didn't erase the ache of knowing how much had already been stolen. Because vindication doesn't always restore. Sometimes all it does is confirm that what you lost was real. And that loss wasn't just money or time. It was the drain on my calling. While I was fighting fraud in courtrooms, I was also fighting silence in my living room. While I was building books and ministries, I was also building walls of defense against accusations, manipulations, exclusions. My ministry has always been to speak truth into dark places, but how do you stand before the world when you're bleeding out in your own home? How do you write about grace and covenant when you're sleeping next to silence that treats you like an afterthought? I'll tell you how. You bleed onto the page. That's what my books are. That's what one man's mission was, me screaming from the inside of captivity. That's what the grace of checking myself was, me trying to take ownership without being crushed by false blame. That's what 33 Days to Grace has become, me carving light out of the chaos, stone by stone, until testimony itself becomes my weapon. But here's the thing, writing while being erased is different than writing from freedom. When you write while erased, every word is soaked in the cost of silence. Every page is proof you exist when someone else is trying to pretend you don't. That's what these manuscripts mean to me. They're not just books. They're blood. They're breath. They're evidence. And that's why this introduction matters so much. Because I'm not just setting the stage for another project. I'm laying down the record of what really happened, what it cost me, what it cost my children, what it cost my body, my spirit, my ministry. I need you to know this. Betrayal doesn't just happen in one arena of life. It echoes into every arena. When you're erased at home, you carry that ache to work. When you're lied about in court, you carry that ache into your ministry. When you're excluded from your child's first pictures, you carry that ache into every future milestone. The pain is never just between two people. It multiplies. It bleeds. It shapes legacy. And legacy is the reason I'm still standing here, still writing, still telling this story. Because my children will not inherit silence. They will not inherit lies. They will not inherit confusion. They will inherit truth, even if that truth came at the cost of my tears, my years, and my reputation. Fatherhood changes everything. Before I became a father, I thought betrayal and silence only cut me. But once you have children, you realize betrayal doesn't stop with you, it runs through you, into them. Every time I was excluded, every time my older children were treated like outsiders in the house we were building, I saw the ache in their faces. I saw the way their questions shifted from why to what's wrong with me. And let me be clear, there is no greater violence to a father's heart than seeing his children made to feel invisible in their own home. I could carry disrespect. I could carry silence. I could even carry false blame. But watching my children bear the cost of someone else's favoritism and division, that cut deeper than anything done to me personally. It taught me something about covenant. Covenant is not just about two people, it's about the atmosphere they create for the children entrusted to them. If love is real, it extends. It widens the table. It makes space for every child, whether blood or not. But counterfeit love shrinks. It narrows the table. It says, these are mine, those are yours, and walls off what God called one. I learned that in real time. Watching my older kids sidelined at holidays, cut from photos, denied equal belonging, I realized this wasn't just relational dysfunction, it was a violation of covenant order. Because covenant doesn't erase. It grafts. It multiplies. It restores. Anything less is counterfeit. That's why this isn't just about my heartbreak or my personal loss. This is about legacy. This is about the story my children will carry when I'm gone. They don't just remember what I said. They remember how I lived, what I tolerated, what I drew boundaries around. If they see me silenced, they'll believe silence is strength. If they see me erased, they'll believe invisibility is love. But if they see me stand in truth, even when it costs me, then they will know love is not silence, it's voice. It's presence. It's truth in the room. And here's the wider thing. Men are not allowed to tell this story. When women speak about betrayal, abandonment, or abuse, the world rushes to listen. And rightly so, those wounds matter. But when men speak, the story gets flipped. Suddenly you're angry, bitter, controlling, unable to let go. When you cry, you're weak. When you name mistreatment, you're accused of exaggerating. When you draw boundaries, you're called hard. I live that. I live the smirks, the dismissals, the subtle cultural script that says a man's pain doesn't matter unless he caused it. That silence was another layer of captivity. Because where could I go with the truth? To speak it often meant to be dismissed or mocked. So I carried it alone, journaled it in secret, poured it into books that some would call too heavy. But I'll tell you this, silence kills men faster than swords. That's why so many give up. That's why so many detach. That's why so many quit. Because no one gives them permission to bleed in daylight. And that's why I refuse to stop writing. My books aren't just projects, they're defiance. They're proof that a man can speak his ache without losing his dignity. They're proof that fatherhood can be honored even in the face of erasure. They're proof that Christ himself meets men in their silence and tells them, "You are not forgotten." Because underneath all of this, beneath the courtrooms, the lies, the exclusion, the silence, what I was really battling wasn't just a person. It was spiritual warfare. Lies have always been the enemy's weapon. Accusation has always been his tactic. Rewriting the story has always been his specialty. That's why John 8 verse 44 says the enemy was a liar from the beginning. And when you live in a house where lies are oxygen, you begin to suffocate spiritually. But that's when I remembered, Christ himself was lied about. He was accused falsely. He was abandoned by those he loved most. He was erased from the narrative the world wrote about him. And yet he didn't collapse under the weight of the lies. He entrusted himself to the Father. He kept speaking truth even when the world called him mad, even when the crowd turned against him, even when his closest friends betrayed him. That became my anchor. If Christ endured false accusation and was vindicated by resurrection, then my only job is to stand in truth and trust God with vindication. That doesn't mean staying in cycles of harm. That doesn't mean silencing myself to keep peace. That means telling the truth, holding boundaries, and refusing to let lies rewrite my story. And here's the cost. Standing in truth means you will lose people. You will lose illusions. You will lose comfort. But you will gain peace. And peace is not the absence of conflict, it's the absence of self-betrayal. This introduction isn't about painting myself as perfect. It's about telling the truth of what happened. The silence, the betrayal, the exclusion, the fraud, the cost to my children, my body, my calling. And the way Christ met me in it, not to erase the pain, but to show me that truth is freedom, even when it hurts. Chapter 1, My Testimony. I need you to understand something before I say anything else. I didn't come to these words lightly. I didn't write them because I wanted to. I wrote them because I had to. For years, my silence almost killed me. My silence almost erased me. And if I don't put it down here in front of you, it's like all those years of pain, sacrifice, and betrayal would go unrecorded, like it never mattered. But it did. It mattered to me. It mattered to my children. It mattered to God. I have lived through the kind of slow erasure that doesn't leave bruises, but still breaks bones on the inside. The kind where you're lying in the same bed with someone you've given everything to, and you've never felt more invisible. The kind where you walk into your own house, and it feels like you're a stranger in it. The kind where you keep giving, and the more you give, the more the other person takes, until one day you wake up and realize, I'm the only one here fighting for this. I poured over $40,000 of my money, my labor, my sweat into a house that wasn't even legally mine, because I believed in family. Because I believed in covenant. Because I thought if I just kept building, if I just kept showing up, if I just kept investing, the love I longed for would grow roots and finally hold me too. But what I learned the hard way is this. Money can't buy loyalty. Work can't manufacture intimacy. Sacrifice can't create covenant when the other person refuses to meet you there. I wasn't just building walls. I was building what I thought was a sanctuary for my children. I was building a sacred room, a place of peace. I was building legacy. But all that building came at a cost. Not just the dollars. Not just the hours. It cost me my voice. Because every time I asked for intimacy, for closeness, for connection, I was told I was too much. Every time I asked to be heard, to be seen, to be met halfway, I was deflected, dismissed, or punished with silence. Do you know what it does to a man to be excluded from his own child's baby pics? Do you know what it feels like to see photos of your daughter's birth where you don't even exist? To stand in a family where your older children are treated like outsiders because they weren't blood? My kids, my flesh and blood, were cut out of Thanksgivings, out of milestones, out of moments that should have united us. And when I raised my voice about it, I was told I was the problem. Silence became my enemy. It was louder than shouting, colder than words. Silence at the dinner table. Silence in the bedroom. Silence after I spoke truth. Silence that made me feel like my very existence was a burden. For years, affection was withheld like a punishment. Intimacy was rationed like water in a drought. Months, years even, went by where the most I could get was the bare minimum. And the cruel irony? I wasn't begging for sex. I was begging for closeness. For tenderness. For presence. I wanted to feel chosen. I wanted to feel like the woman I loved wanted me to. Instead, I got cold distance, walls, and excuses. I got a partner who could sit across from me and never even try to reach for my hand. And when I asked why, when I asked for more, somehow the blame always circled back to me. This is what counterfeit love does. It flips the script. It makes you think you're the problem. It calls you crazy when you finally lose patience after weeks of provocation. It says you're controlling when you just want consistency. It says you're needy when all you're asking for is the most basic ingredients of intimacy: presence, honesty, loyalty. The pain of that isn't just emotional. It's physical. Living in that cycle rewires your nervous system. My body got stuck in fight or flight mode, waiting for the next lie, the next manipulation, the next dismissal. Cortisol flooded my blood. My chest stayed tight. My thoughts looped in circles, questioning my own memory because gaslighting had trained me not to trust myself. That's not love. That's trauma disguised as relationship. And it didn't just wound me. It wounded my kids. My children had to watch their father stay faithful to someone who refused to be faithful in return, not just in emotional fidelity, but in presence, in love, in truth. They saw me bleed loyalty into a system that erased me. They saw me show up at every game, every performance, every moment for them, while the woman I shared my life with didn't even choose me in our home. That confusion, that division, that injustice, it landed on them too. And if that wasn't enough, add in the courts. Add in the contractor fraud. Add in the betrayal of people I trusted to build our home. Add in standing before a judge while lies tried to erase truth, while money I had sacrificed for my family was stolen out from under me. Do you know what it's like to carry the weight of proving your own honesty in a system where perception is often more powerful than evidence? To watch someone else's narrative almost destroy the truth of your life? I lived that. And I won in court, yes. But not before it cost me time, energy, and peace I'll never get back. So here I am, a man who gave everything. Loyalty. Money. Labor. Sacrifice. Presence. Covenant. And in return? Silence. Distance. Lies. Manipulation. Alienation. Confusion. Loneliness. I didn't stay because I was weak. I stayed because I believed in covenant. I stayed because I thought love meant endurance. I stayed because I wanted my daughter to grow up with her mother and father together. I stayed because I believed loyalty was holy. But loyalty without reciprocity isn't holy, it's bondage. Endurance without truth isn't love, it's captivity. And I need to say this clearly, not just for me but for every man who has been here: you are not weak for staying. You are not foolish for loving. You are not crazy for hoping. You are trying to give your all, and that desire is not a flaw. It only becomes bondage when it is chained to someone who refuses to meet you in truth. I wrote one man's mission out of this. I wrote the grace of checking myself out of this. I wrote 33 days to grace out of this. I wrote the grace of conviction out of this. I even wrote about Hosea and Gomer because I know what it is to love someone who betrays, who runs, who refuses to meet you. These aren't just books, they're lifelines. They're my attempt to turn survival into testimony, to turn heartbreak into something someone else can learn from. I want you to see the full picture, because for years I couldn't. I thought maybe if I just waited long enough, gave enough, prayed enough, she would see. But the truth is, I was the only one choosing. I was the only one fighting. And that's not covenant. Covenant is mutual. Covenant is two people bearing the weight together. Covenant is presence, not just performance. What I lived through was not covenant. It was counterfeit. There are many wounds I've carried in these last years, but none slice as deep or as lasting as what has been done to my children. Money can be earned again. Work can be redone. Even intimacy, as hollow and starved as it became, is something that can be relearned with time and healing. But a child's place in a family, once denied, leaves a scar that no parent should ever have to watch form. And that's exactly what I saw, scars forming in the eyes of my own children because of choices I could not control. I have to start here. When a father watches his kids excluded, when he sees them treated like afterthoughts in the very home he's sacrificing everything to build, it's a pain that words don't quite reach. I carried lumber, poured sweat, spent tens of thousands of dollars, all to make a house a sanctuary. But how can a house be holy if the children who live in it are treated like outsiders? The first blow came at the baby's birth pics. I wasn't included. My children weren't included. Think about that. The father of the child, the siblings of the child, cut off from the celebration of her life before it even began. Do you know the message that sends? It says, you don't belong here. It says, this family starts and ends with us, not you. The moment that should have been joy, unity, healing. Instead, there were photos of Lola's first breaths, her first moments, and I wasn't in them. My kids weren't in them. My last name wasn't even given to her. My existence as her father was erased, documented absence, immortalized in pictures where my family didn't exist. People will look at those photos years from now and think I wasn't there, when in truth I was standing right outside the frame, heart in hand, erased by silence and choices that screamed louder than any words. And it didn't stop there. Thanksgiving rolled around. Family events. Holidays that should have been ours. But instead, my children were left out. Invitations never came. They were cut off from tables they should have been seated at. Meanwhile, I watched favoritism bloom, my youngest daughter lifted up, adored, called blood, while my older children were sidelined. Do you know how heavy it is to watch a child notice that difference? To see the shift in their body language when they realize they are not wanted? You don't need words to explain it. Children feel it in their bones. And then came the questions. They'd ask why. They'd look at me with those eyes that shouldn't have to carry confusion at that age, asking, why doesn't she want us there? Why can't we be included? Are we not family too? And I, as their father, had to absorb it. I had to try to answer with words that didn't shatter them more. I told them things like, people don't always understand, or it's not about you, it's about them. But deep inside, I was breaking because I knew it was about them. They were being rejected, not for what they'd done, but for simply existing. The cruelest part? They weren't imagining it. It wasn't paranoia. It was real. They were left out of photos. Left out of holidays. Left out of moments that should have bonded them to their little sister. They were made to feel like intruders in a story that should have been their own. And while I was pouring myself out to build a legacy, my children were being written out of it. Let's call this what it is. It was an accident. It wasn't oversight. It was control. It was favoritism. It was division planted and watered by my former fiancé's stepmother. A woman who's built her entire life on turning families against each other. She's done it before. She'll keep doing it until someone stands against it. And she played the same games here. Elevate the child she calls blood, exclude the ones who aren't. Poison the atmosphere until the message is clear. This one belongs, these do not. And here's where the deeper betrayal comes in. She knew. She saw it. But instead of confronting it, she shrank back. Instead of protecting her children, all of them, equally, she avoided. And avoidance in the face of injustice is agreement. Silence is complicity. Every time she refused to stand up for my kids, the wound deepened. Every time she let her stepmother's behavior go unchecked, the division solidified. Do you know what that does to a man? To a father? My identity, my calling, my sense of purpose as protector, all of it was dragged through fire watching my kids be treated like afterthoughts. A father is supposed to shield his children. But how do you shield them when the arrows are coming from inside the very family you're supposed to build unity with? When the rejection is coming from the people who should be embracing them? You can't shield it all. You can cover some, yes. You can soften the blow. But you can't erase it. I saw it in their eyes. I saw the way they pulled back, the way they began to expect exclusion instead of invitation. A child should never learn that posture, to brace for rejection in their own family. That's not just pain in the moment. That's programming for the future. That's a seed of doubt about their own worth, planted by adults who should have known better. And let me tell you this. Favoritism is not just bad manners. It's sin. Scripture doesn't mince words. God shows no partiality, Acts 10 verse 34. James 2 calls out favoritism as evil, as corruption. And yet here it was, in my own home, in my own family, my children's worth weighed and found wanting, not by God, not by truth, but by a family system poisoned by control. This isn't just about the present. It's about the future. Because wounds like these don't stop at one generation. They echo. They repeat. They become curses passed down, unless someone names them and breaks them. If I don't speak it, if I don't expose it, my children could carry this wound into their own families one day. They could repeat the cycle, favoring one child over another, passing the curse forward. And I refuse. I refuse to let that happen. So yes, I name it. I name the silence. I name the exclusion. I name the favoritism. I name the stepmother's control. I name her avoidance. I name my children's pain. Because pretending it didn't happen would only betray them again. Clinically, I can tell you what this does to a child. It creates insecure attachment. It teaches them that love is conditional, that belonging is fragile, that at any moment they could be cast out. It wires their nervous system for anxiety, for vigilance, for distrust. It sets them up to chase approval, to bend themselves into knots just to be chosen. And unless someone intervenes, that wiring will stay with them into adulthood. Spiritually, I can tell you what it does too. It distorts the image of God. A child learns who God is by watching the adults around them. And if those adults show favoritism, if they model conditional love, the child begins to believe maybe God is like that too. Maybe his love is also partial, also fragile, also conditional. That's not just emotional abuse. That's spiritual sabotage. So here's the guardrail, as clear as I can say it. Children must never be weaponized. They must never be made to carry the cost of adult dysfunction. They must never be excluded to protect someone else's ego. They must never be divided by bloodlines or favoritism. If you allow that, you're not just wounding a child, you're wounding the future. I couldn't stop all of it. I couldn't rewrite every choice. But I can tell the truth. I can speak it now so my children know they weren't imagining it, they weren't crazy, they weren't the problem. And I can build a new legacy, one rooted not in silence or favoritism, but in truth and covenant. My children deserve peace. They deserve to feel chosen. They deserve to belong without condition. And I will give them that, even if I have to stand alone to do it. Alienation didn't happen in a vacuum. I wasn't some sideline observer. It took place in the very house I poured my sweat, money, and labor into. Every wall, every nail, every dollar I invested was meant to be an anchor for family, a covering for my children, a place where we could finally breathe. And yet, while I was laying down equity and time, the very people who benefited from my sacrifice were simultaneously cutting my children out of belonging. That is betrayal on two levels, relational and financial. It wasn't just my heart being disregarded, it was the harvest of my labor being twisted into soil that rejected the seeds of my legacy. The legal standing when Governor versus Wynne came to court, the judge himself named me as credible, as injured, as essential to the case. My voice mattered in that courtroom, my contributions were undeniable, and justice was rendered because my truth was heard. But in the home? My voice was treated like vapor. My kids, who should have seen the man of the house honored for his labor, instead saw him silenced, dismissed, excluded. That duality is damaging. One system recognizing what was real, while the family system refused to acknowledge it. This fracture widened the wound because it told my children the truth only matters outside these walls, not within them. This alienation isn't just about now. It's about whether dysfunction repeats into the next generation. I refuse to let the favoritism that erased my children become their inheritance. I refuse to let silence and enabling be the family script they pass on to their own children one day. Breaking this cycle isn't just survival, it's legacy. My testimony, my books, my words are weapons in the spirit to sever this generational chain so my grandchildren will never ask, why wasn't I chosen? Each of my children carried this differently. Phoenix, with his quiet strength, absorbed it inward and turned silence into self-containment. Nick, fiery and full of energy, often wrestled out loud with rejection, as if to say, why don't they see me? Serena, already walking through her own storms, carried exclusion like another invisible backpack she never asked for. Alex, still young, looked for consistency in every face and recoiled when it wasn't there. Lola, innocent and new, was placed into the middle of all this division before she could even speak a word. The alienation wasn't abstract, it was written into their personalities, into the subtle shifts of posture, laughter, and questions that told me, Dad, something isn't right. What cut deepest wasn't just the external alienation, but her silence. Her unwillingness to confront, to stand beside me, to protect our children from the favoritism, it amplified the pain. Silence became complicity. And in that quiet, my spirit was anything but silent. Inside, I raged with the weight of injustice, prayed with groans too deep for words, carried questions to God that no one else seemed willing to face. The contrast between her silence and my unrelenting inner noise was the crucible that forged my voice as a prophetic witness. If I'm honest, the alienation of my children is what birthed much of my mission. One man's mission was not written in comfort, it was written in the fire of watching my children be disregarded, my voice muted, my covenant ignored. The return scrolls, the reflections, the fatherhood advocacy, they are all the fruit of this wound. What was meant to erase me became the very ink that now writes my testimony. The silence of my home turned into the voice of my calling. The rejection of my children turned into the foundation of my ministry to other fathers, other men, other families caught in the same snare. When I first stepped into this project, my heart was full of vision. I wasn't just thinking about walls and lumber, nails and shingles. I was thinking about legacy. I was thinking about building something my children could touch years from now and say, my father put his hands here. I was thinking about peace after years of chaos, a sacred room where prayer could breathe and healing could settle. I trusted the wrong man. His name was Win. He came with promises, with handshakes that seemed strong, with words that sounded steady. He looked me in the eye and told me he would build something worthy of my family. I took him at his word. I put money down. I went beyond that. I picked up tools myself, gathered materials, coordinated schedules, made sure things got done when he slacked. I did it because I believed this was ours, a covenant project, something that mattered not just in brick and wood but in blood and spirit. But lies rot foundations faster than termites. The fraud came slow at first, missed deadlines, excuses, shifting stories. Then it came fast, money unaccounted for, promises broken, half-finished work abandoned. And suddenly I wasn't standing in a sacred space being built, I was standing in the middle of a battlefield where my labor and finances had been stolen, my trust violated, my dream mocked. And here's the deeper wound. Wynn betrayed me from the outside, but she betrayed me from within. When the court case came, when I stood as a witness, the judge himself recognized my sacrifices. The record shows my name, my money, my labor. The judgment awarded damages because the fraud was proven. My testimony was credible. My photos were evidence. The truth had weight in court. But at home, my own partner gave me silence. No acknowledgement. no honor, no solidarity. That is a pain no court can remedy. It's one thing to be betrayed by a contractor, it's another to be erased by the very person you gave everything for. It felt like I was bleeding from two wounds, one visible, one hidden. Wynne stole from me legally, she stole from me emotionally. He took the money, she took the meaning. He walked away with fraud, she walked away with denial. And I was left standing alone, holding not just unpaid invoices, but unanswered questions. How can the world see me clearer than the woman I chose? How can strangers validate my sacrifices while the person I love treats me like I gave nothing? The nights that followed weren't just sleepless, they were suffocating. Bills stacked up while unfinished walls mocked me in silence. Every missing board felt like another piece of respect stripped away. I had to explain to my children why we were in court, why the house was unfinished, why their father looked tired, but kept working anyway. I saw the questions in their eyes. Is this fair? Why does Dad give so much and get treated like this? Children don't just hear lies, they inherit them. They watch. They see who honors and who erases. They see which adults stand in truth and which ones hide in silence. And it shapes them, shapes how they will one day love, trust, and guard their own hearts. That thought kept me awake longer than any financial stress. What are my kids learning about love from this? The room was supposed to be sacred. Instead, it became symbolic, a holy vision entangled with betrayal. I would walk by the bare studs and half-finished frame and feel like I was staring at my own heart. Exposed. Abandoned. Waiting for someone to finish what they promised, but never showed up to complete. But here's the paradox. Even unfinished, God was still there. The same way the temple lay in ruins before Nehemiah rebuilt it, the same way Jesus' body lay in a tomb before resurrection. Unfinished doesn't mean forsaken. Betrayal doesn't mean abandoned. Clinically, betrayal trauma does not just sting, it rewires. You become hypervigilant, scanning for the next lie. Your sleep fractures, cortisol flooding your system. Your trust in memory collapses, especially when gaslighting is layered on top. The body learns chaos as normal, calm as foreign. Financial betrayal is one of the deepest wounds because it strikes at survival. Money is never just money, it's food, stability, future. When someone steals that or when a partner denies your sacrifice, the nervous system codes it as life-threatening. That's why I would feel my chest tighten walking past the unfinished project, why I couldn't stop rehearsing the details of every purchase, every labor hour, every sacrifice. I was literally trying to make my body believe I wasn't crazy, that I hadn't imagined it. Chapter 2. Scripture tells us plainly. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. John 10 verse 10. Wynne's fraud was theft, but so was her silence, stealing acknowledgement, killing intimacy, destroying trust. You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. John 8 verse 32. The court acknowledged truth, but the house still felt like chains because covenant truth at home was absent. Even my close friend, someone I trusted, one who shared my bread, has turned against me. Psalm 41 verse 9. Betrayal is always sharpest when it comes from those inside the house. Yet I also remember, Christ himself was betrayed, falsely accused, abandoned. And still he entrusted himself to the Father. Still he was vindicated. Still he rose. That's the hope I carry even in this story. The fraud hurt, the silence broke me, the erasure scarred me. But truth had its day in court. Justice, however partial, was visible. And spiritually, I know the sacred room is not done yet, not in wood, not in my home, not in my heart. Never confuse silence with peace, nor denial with covenant. If a court of law can honor your sacrifice while your own partner cannot, something is deeply wrong. Covenant love does not erase, it restores. Covenant love does not stand by in silence, it stands beside in solidarity. And I know this. I did not lose a sacred room. I lost an illusion. What remains is still holy because truth has weight. And one day, whether in this life or the next, every unfinished wall will stand complete in the presence of the one who never abandons, never lies, never erases. I can live without luxury. I cannot live without presence. There's a particular kind of ache a man doesn't talk about much, the ache of lying next to someone who will not meet you. Not in argument, not in confession, not in touch. The room is full, but the connection is gone. You start to measure nights in the distance between two bodies that once promised to be one. The clock becomes a metronome for separation. 10:41, 11:26, 1:03. Eyes open, ceiling fan turning, heart rehearsing the same small prayer, God, let me be enough to be reached. Daily texture unvarnished. The bed goes cold first. Then the words get shorter. I'm tired. Later. You're overthinking. The phone stays face down. Do not disturb becomes a mood, not a feature. Hugs last 3 seconds at most, and they're the kind of hugs you give at church, polite, formal, a pat on the back that says good game instead of I see you. The playful shoulder brush in the kitchen disappears. Eye contact turns into windshield glances, functional, never dwelling. You reach out not for sex, but for closeness, that slow breathing, heart-on-heart stillness, and your hand meets a shoulder already turning away. When you try to talk about it, affection drops to 0 for a few days. The timing is never subtle. If you ask for connection, you pay a toll. So you start waiting for good days, those soft weather windows where laughter is easy and the house is light. You thread your need into those hours and hope it won't tip the balance. But this is the unwritten contract of famine. You learn to ration yourself. Your needs become contraband, your voice smuggled. Over months, the pattern becomes a map. Affection appears when you're agreeable and disappears when you speak truth. Space expands to silence after any hard conversation. Repair gets replaced by retreat, the relational version of closing apps instead of solving the bug. You don't stop wanting, you stop asking. You practice being low maintenance like it's a spiritual gift. You compliment more, require less, and call it maturity. You apologize for being human. You begin to negotiate against yourself. If I don't bring this up, maybe we'll have a good weekend. If I keep it light, maybe I'll get a real hug. If I carry her stress, maybe she'll choose me back. This is how famine works. It doesn't just starve the body, it trains the soul to accept crumbs. What it did to my days. I woke up on empty and still had to carry everything: kids, bills, court, work, repairs, the emotional weight no one saw. By noon I had spent my patience on problems that didn't belong to me. By evening I had to create warmth for my children without any in reserve. I could feel the deficit in my voice, in my rhythm with them. I compensated with extra presence at games, longer bedtime talks, over-the-top encouragement, because if they weren't going to see love modeled in the room I shared, they would still feel it in the rooms where I fathered. Clinical plain speak. The human nervous system is built to regulate through safe connection. Gentle touch, eye contact, attuned voice tones, these are not nice-to-haves, they're physiological inputs. When they go missing, the body goes to plan B, survival mode. Cortisol rises, sleep fragments, attention narrows. Touch starvation isn't melodrama, it's a measurable state. People deprived of affectionate, non-demand touch report more anxiety, irritability, body pain, and intrusive thoughts. In attachment terms, the dance looks like this. One partner shows anxious pursuit, more checking, more initiating, more, are we okay? The other leans avoidant, less initiating, more withdrawal, you're too much. The dance becomes a loop. The more one reaches, the more the other retreats. The more the other retreats, the more one despairs. Without repair, the loop becomes identity. I am too much. I'm a burden. I should need nothing. That's the thesis of famine. Spiritually, the Bible never uses intimacy as a weapon. It never endorses deprivation as leverage. Paul's counsel is deliberately mutual and humane. Do not deprive one another, except perhaps by agreement for a season, then come together again. 1 Corinthians 7 verse 5. Not as a cudgel or demand, but as a guardrail against isolation. Ephesians adds the backbone. Submit to one another out of reverence for Christ. F 5:21. Mutuality, not silent control. And love? Love rejoices in truth. 1 Cor 13:6. It does not ask one partner to lie about being starved so the house can stay calm. What famine looked like from inside my skin, I measured my worth by the temperature in the room. If it was warm, I exhaled. If it chilled, I assumed I'd failed. I started solving problems preemptively, like a butler in my own life, anticipating moods, removing friction, padding the day with ease so maybe, there would be a chance at closeness later. I learned the geography of avoidance. The bathroom becomes a sanctuary. The couch turns into a border. The car ride is the safest place to talk because the destination will end the risk. The house gets quiet, but not peaceful. Peace is presence. Silence is just empty. I remember specific nights. The ones where I planned something small, tea, a movie cued to a favorite scene, a blanket already on the couch, because tiny rituals were my way of saying, I am here. I want you. The door would close early. A muffled, I'm tired. And then I'd sit alone in the blue light of a paused screen, feeling ridiculous for having hoped. It's not the absence of sex that breaks a man first. It's the absence of being wanted. People love to say, it's not that deep. It is that deep. A relationship is the one place where being wanted is supposed to be non-negotiable. I didn't need fireworks. I needed reach, a hand on my chest, a face that lingers, a voice that says I see you, I choose you still. Without that, the house fills with ghosting, two living people haunting the same rooms. Micro red flags, behavioral, not accusations. Affection consistently drops after any hard truth is spoken. Needing space always means no repair, not time to calm and return. Hugs are transactional, to avoid conflict rather than attuned, to meet the heart. Eye contact is avoided during vulnerable moments, phones win the gaze. Physical touch exists only when public-facing optics are involved. Micro green flags, what covenant repair looks like. After conflict, one partner returns and initiates comfort. Can I hold you? Touch shows up before solution because soothing precedes problem solving. Space is agreed and bounded. Let's take 20 minutes, then come back together. Affection isn't leveraged, it's gifted, especially when nothing is resolved yet. Words and body language match. If I say, I'm here, my body comes closer, not farther. What famine taught me about God, I learned that God's presence never withholds. He doesn't ration nearness to control behavior. Never will I leave you. Never will I forsake you. Heb 13:5 is not a metaphor. It's a relational promise. In prayer, I felt met. In the house, I felt managed. Which is why I stopped confusing quiet with peace. God's quiet is companionable. Counterfeit quiet is avoidant. How it changed my fathering. I refused to let famine trickle down. I hugged longer. I initiated more. I made eye contact that lingered. I let my kids see a present father, not a perfect one. I apologized when I snapped from exhaustion. I narrated my love so clearly they could never doubt. You cannot lose me by being needy. You do not have to earn touch in this house. If covenant was missing in one room, it would be abundant in the others. Guardrail I carry forward, presence over performance. I will not accept flowers after weeks of neglect and call it love. I will not accept, I'm just tired, as a lifestyle that erases connection. I will not trade my God-given need for closeness for a counterfeit calm that keeps everything surface level. If we are covenant, we repair. We return. We reach. We do not punish with silence. We practice presence, especially after truth. Here is the simplest truth famine gave me. I wasn't asking for more. I was asking for us. And us is built with hands, literal, human, warm, offered freely, not kept in a drawer and handed out like stamps. If love is the table, touch is the bread. Without it, you can stare at the plates all night and still go to bed hungry. I will not apologize for needing what God designed to heal. I don't want spectacle. I want reach. If reach disappears every time truth appears, that isn't love, it's leverage. And I am done living under the economics of famine. Money has never been my master. But what happened in these years taught me how quickly money becomes a battlefield for the soul. I didn't just lose cash. I lost time, peace, stability, and trust. Every dollar I put into that house wasn't just currency, it was covenant. It was me saying, I believe in us, I believe in our children, I believe in the future we're building. And yet, What I gave as covenant was treated as consumable, like fuel for a fire that only left me colder. I poured more than $40,000 into that home on Kansas Avenue, materials, labor, contractors, improvements meant for our family. I wasn't just writing checks. I was there. My hands measured lumber. My sweat mixed with dust. My nights planned budgets. I took risks I wouldn't have taken for myself because I thought I was building something bigger than me, something that would outlast us both and give our children a sense of place, a covering. But here's the cruel truth. What you invest in love becomes a liability when love is counterfeit. Because counterfeit love will take your sacrifice, bank it, and then erase you from the ledger. The contractor betrayal Charles Wynn was just one face of that betrayal. A contractor who promised partnership, who shook my hand, who spoke words of commitment to the project, and who turned out to be a thief. He didn't just steal money. He stole time. He stole security. He stole a piece of my children's home. By the time the truth came out, we were in court, and even though the judge acknowledged my labor, my oversight, my credibility, awarding damages, it didn't undo the months of stress, the nights of lost sleep, the ripple effect on my kids who didn't understand why Dad was exhausted again. I learned in that courtroom that vindication doesn't erase the wound. The gavel can say, "You were right," but your nervous system is still humming from the months you carried injustice alone. And the most painful part wasn't Wynn's fraud. It was the silence at home, the absence of partnership when I was the one fighting for us all. Here's what most people miss. Financial sacrifice is never just financial. When you drain yourself of resources, you drain yourself of options. Every dollar spent on that house was a dollar not spent on my children's future, on moments of joy, on healing experiences we needed. Every late bill paid because I covered gaps was an invisible tax on my peace. I began living on a cycle of depletion, where the currency wasn't just cash, it was my soul. It's one thing to sacrifice for love. It's another to realize the love you sacrificed for is not standing beside you when it counts. Sacrifice only heals when it is mutual. When one gives while the other avoids, the sacrifice mutates into bondage. I kept fathering through it. Even when the tank was empty, I gave. I gave to my children because they didn't deserve to feel the deficit. I made sure the lights stayed on, food was in the fridge, their needs covered. But there were nights where, after I put them to bed, I sat at the kitchen table staring at bills and wondering why I was the only one fighting this fight. And then I'd walk back to a bed that was emotionally empty too. That is a loneliness most men never put into words. And yet, it was my children who kept me from collapsing. Because every time I thought about quitting, I remembered their eyes. They don't need a perfect father. They need a present one. And even when I felt stripped bare, I stayed present. All of this bled into my writing. One man's mission wasn't theory. It was the cry of a father in courtrooms and cold kitchens. The grace of checking myself was born in the silence after arguments where my needs were dismissed, where I had to choose whether to become bitter or better. 33 Days to Grace exists because I had to learn that grace isn't just some theological idea. It's survival when the one you love won't meet you, and you still have to keep your spirit intact. Even my scroll on Hosea and Gomer, the prophetic echo of a man loving a woman who betrays, yet still embodying God's call to covenant, wasn't coincidence. It was lived. I sometimes wonder if God let me bleed this way so my pen could bleed too, because words written without suffering don't have the same weight. What happened to me wasn't just hard times. It was textbook financial abuse mixed with emotional neglect. In psychology, we call it economic exploitation, when one partner benefits disproportionately from the other's labor, money, and sacrifices without reciprocity. Add to that the gaslighting and avoidance, and you create a cycle where the sacrificing partner begins to doubt whether their exhaustion is even valid. The nervous system interprets financial stress as threat. Cortisol spikes. Blood pressure rises. Sleep fractures. Chronic stress from money is one of the strongest predictors of depression and relational breakdown. And when that stress is tied to betrayal, it doubles the trauma. Not only are you depleted, but you're also erased. Scripture does not play games with money or with exploitation. God is fierce about injustice in this area. Do not exploit the poor because they are poor, and do not crush the needy in court, for the Lord will take up their case and will exact life for life. Proverbs 22 verses 22 to 23. So I will come near to you for judgment. I will be quick to testify against those who oppress the hired workers in their wages. Malachi 3 verse 5. Exploitation is not just bad behavior, it is sin. And stewardship? Whoever can be trusted with very little can also be trusted with much. Luke 16 verse 10. Covenant stewardship means we guard the resources God entrusts to us with mutuality and care. Love is not one person pouring out while the other consumes without repentance. That is not covenant. That is theft disguised as relationship. I will never again let love demand all cost with no accountability. My boundaries now say, mutual sacrifice or no covenant. I can sacrifice with joy if it builds something real, but I will not bleed just to keep someone else comfortable. Because here is the truth I carry now. Love that consumes without giving back is not covenant, it's captivity. Sacrifice without reciprocity is not holy, it's exploitation. Financial silence in a partner is not neutrality, it's neglect. I know what I gave. I know what it cost. And I also know God saw it all. The courtrooms may only award damages. The contractor may only face bankruptcy. The partner may never fully own what they let happen. But heaven keeps a record. And heaven does not forget. What I lost in money, I will recover in legacy. What was stolen in peace, I will reclaim in presence with my children. And what was twisted in counterfeit, God will make covenant in me still. If betrayal is a blade, silence is a slow poison. Silence in covenant should be rest. It should be that sacred pause where two people can breathe together, where words are unnecessary because presence is enough. But the silence I lived through wasn't rest. It wasn't presence. It was punishment. It wasn't always yelling. In fact, yelling would have been easier. At least yelling is acknowledgement. At least yelling admits you exist. Silence does worse, it erases. It looked like words hanging in the air with no reply. Questions that landed like stones in water, disappearing with no ripple. Doors closing early, beds turned cold, eyes fixed on screens instead of mine. Days where laughter with others came easily, but my presence was met with a blank wall. It looked like saying, I feel alone, and hearing nothing but the hum of the fridge in response. And it was always framed as something noble. I just need space. I don't want to argue. I can't deal with this right now. But not now became not ever. And space became walls. At first, I tried harder. I spoke softer, timed my words, avoided topics that might provoke withdrawal. I thought if I could just phrase things right, if I could just prove I wasn't attacking, maybe my voice would be allowed in the room. But silence doesn't negotiate. It trains. It trained me to shrink. It trained me to edit my soul into bite-sized pieces that wouldn't be rejected. Over time, I stopped bringing my full self. I stopped asking to be heard. Because every attempt at honesty ended in the same cold distance. And the cruelest part? Silence provokes. You can only take so much before you break. After days of being erased, you explode, and suddenly the story flips. See? You're the angry one. You're the problem. It's a setup. Silence digs the pit, waits for you to fall, and then blames you for being clumsy. That's how reactive abuse is born. My children felt it too. You can't hide silence from kids. They feel the atmosphere even when no words are spoken. They see the distance. They notice the absence of laughter in the house. They hear one parent talk and the other respond with nothing. I made a vow in those years. My kids would not inherit silence. I filled the gaps with presence. I spoke to them with clarity, hugged them longer, listened fully. I didn't want them to confuse love with absence, or to grow up thinking a closed door was normal. If my partner's silence taught me erasure, I would teach my children the opposite, that love has a voice, that presence means staying in the room, that family doesn't ghost each other. But make no mistake, it drained me. Every time I broke the cycle for them, I was carrying double weight. Smiling through exhaustion. Creating warmth while receiving cold. Being on for them while off for me was the default in my own home. Silence in relationships isn't neutral. It's one of the strongest predictors of collapse. John Gottman, who studied couples for decades, called stonewalling one of the four horsemen of divorce. Why? Because silence and conflict shuts down repair. It sends the body into hypervigilance. When one partner goes cold, the other partner's nervous system spikes. Heart rate rises, cortisol floods, focus narrows. Over time, this cycle burns the body out. Psychologists call it emotional neglect when silence is chronic. It tells the nervous system you are alone, even while you're in the room with the one you love most. That paradox is devastating. Because loneliness in singleness is survivable. Loneliness in partnership is hell. And spiritually, silence is never neutral either. The first verse of John's Gospel says, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." John 1 verse 1. Our faith begins with a God who speaks. Creation itself began with God breaking silence. Let there be light. Covenant is born in words, vows, promises, dialogue. So when silence becomes the atmosphere of a relationship, it isn't just inconvenient, it's anti-covenant. It mirrors death, not life. Proverbs 18 verse 21 says, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." Life-giving love requires words. Silence that withholds, that refuses, that erases, this is not peace. This is suppression. Now, don't mistake this. Jesus himself was silent before his accusers, Mark 15 verse 5. But that silence was wholly restraint. It was a moment of dignity, not avoidance. There is a world of difference between the silence of courage and the silence of control. Red flags in silence. When every conflict ends not with repair but with shutdown. When silence becomes punishment after truth is spoken. When space is never bounded by a promise of return. When words vanish the moment responsibility is requested. Healthy silence. Silence that's mutual and agreed upon. Let's pause and come back in 30 minutes. Silence used for prayer, reflection, or cooling down, but always followed by repair. Silence that feels like peace, not punishment. I will never again confuse silence with peace. I will never again let space become a wall that erases truth. If love goes mute whenever pain is named, it isn't covenant. It's control. Love doesn't always need perfect words, but it always needs presence. Even if presence says, "I don't know what to say right now, but I'm here." Even if presence means sitting in tears without a solution. Covenant doesn't vanish when it gets hard. Covenant stays in the room. The silence I lived through cost me years of peace, nights of sleep, and a part of myself I had to rebuild from scratch. But I've learned, silence is not peace. Presence is peace. And covenant love will never erase you with quiet, it will restore you with voice. When people talk about broken relationships, they often make it sound like it's just between two adults. But it's never just the two of you. The children carry the fallout like invisible backpacks, filled with bricks they never asked to carry. And no matter how much you try to shield them, they feel the weight. Children notice what adults think they're hiding. They hear the silences. They read the tone. They see the shift in your eyes when you've been dismissed again, or when you're excluded from something that should have been for all of you. I learned this the hard way. My older children have carried costs that break me to admit. They watched their father give everything: money, time, loyalty, love, only to be pushed to the sidelines. They saw events happen that included their little sister but erased them, as though they didn't count. Thanksgiving meals without their names on the invitation. Family photos where they were intentionally left out. Baby birth pictures, delivery room photos, moments that should have been sacred, all marked by absence and exclusion. And when they asked questions, I didn't have easy answers. Because the truth was brutal, they weren't rejected because of who they were. They were rejected because of who they belonged to, me. That's a wound children shouldn't have to carry. To watch the person they trust most, their father, be erased, disrespected, and pushed aside, teaches them lessons about love no child should learn. They see injustice before they even have the language for it. And whether we want to admit it or not, it changes them. It rewires their understanding of family, of belonging, of worth. Even little Lola, my youngest, though too young to process it now, will one day feel the weight of these patterns. She will grow up and learn the story. She will see pictures from her baby birth and wonder why her siblings aren't there. She will notice her father's name missing from places it should have been. She will feel the undertones of tension, the whispers of silence, and if no one names the truth for her, she will absorb confusion instead of clarity. Children inherit atmospheres. They may not always inherit our words, but they always inherit the environment we build. And the environment of lies, silence, and favoritism plants seeds of insecurity that don't just sit in one generation, they spread into the next. That is the true cost of counterfeit covenant. It does not stop with the adults involved. It bleeds into the children's sense of identity, safety, and place in the world. And here is the part that keeps me awake at night. I know what it feels like to carry wounds from childhood into adulthood. I know the sting of being unseen, of being on the outside, of watching dysfunction play out and wondering why no one stopped it. The very thing I swore I would protect my children from has been recreated in their lives, not because I wanted it, but because the choices of others created it. This is how generational pain reproduces itself, not always by intent, but by silence and avoidance. Yet I refuse to let that be the final word. Because for every exclusion, I have spoken inclusion over my children. For every moment they saw me disrespected, I reminded them that truth cannot be erased. For every lie told about me, I've made sure they know my life by my consistency, not by accusations. I show up. Even when I'm exhausted, even when I'm bleeding on the inside, I show up. I don't want them to ever confuse silence with peace. I don't want them to grow up thinking that love is meant to be endured at the cost of your soul. I want them to see a father who stood, even when everything tried to erase him. Because children don't just inherit our pain, they inherit our example. And this is where covenant matters most. Children inherit the atmosphere of their parents' love. If love is rooted in truth, they inherit security. If love is tangled in lies, they inherit confusion. If love is marked by presence, they inherit safety. If love is marked by silence, they inherit absence. I have written about this before in One Man's Mission, in the grace of checking myself, in 33 Days to Grace. Every word I've put on paper about love, covenant, presence, and guardrails isn't just theory. It's the cry of a father trying to make sure his children don't inherit chains instead of freedom. It's me saying, this stops here. Because the truth is, counterfeit love doesn't just wound the partner. It colonizes the children's future. It teaches them that favoritism is normal, that silence is power, that dishonor is acceptable. But covenant love breaks that cycle. It teaches them that presence heals, that truth restores, that boundaries protect. So here is the guardrail I have carved into the ground of my own life. What I don't heal, they will carry. What I allow, they will normalize. What I tolerate, they will inherit. And that truth keeps me accountable. It keeps me writing when I'd rather stay quiet. It keeps me showing up in courtrooms when I'd rather disappear. It keeps me speaking truth even when my voice shakes. Because at the end of the day, my children deserve more than survival. They deserve to inherit freedom. There are some wounds that don't bleed out loud, and for me, the heaviest wound has always been silence. Not just silence in words, but silence in presence, silence in loyalty, silence where there should have been covenant. It wasn't one moment that broke me, it was the slow drip of absence over years, the way someone could be physically near but emotionally gone, the way promises turned to fog the moment life required sacrifice. And while silence itself is painful, it's the weight of what fills that silence that really destroys you. The lies, the betrayal, the erasure. Relational betrayal cuts deeper than any other kind. It wasn't just about a partner avoiding commitment, it was about the way avoidance became the language of our home. She would pull away when closeness was most needed, shrink back into her corner when transparency was required, and retreat into silence whenever accountability was brought up. I had been faithful in every way, emotionally, financially, as a father, as a protector. But what I gave wasn't met with reciprocity, it was met with distance. That is betrayal. Betrayal isn't only sleeping with someone else. Betrayal is being absent when it matters most. Betrayal is neglect. Betrayal is letting your partner carry the weight of commitment alone while you float in and out as if love is an option, not a vow. And betrayal doesn't stay contained to two people. It spills into the family. I watched my children become casualties of someone else's favoritism and division. The stepmother, her constant manipulations, her favoritism of blood over bond, created fractures I could not shield my kids from. They were excluded from Thanksgiving tables, from family photos, from the very spaces where belonging should have been their birthright. Imagine being a child, seeing your father's loyalty mocked, your own presence erased, while the new baby is celebrated as blood and you are dismissed as an outsider. That's not just cruelty, that's generational poison being sown into children's hearts. And it was allowed to happen under a roof where silence reigned. There are memories burned into me that I can never erase. The baby shower I wasn't really welcome at. The birth photos I wasn't included in. The last name my daughter carries that excludes mine. Each one was a scar, a choice made to erase me, to diminish my place as father, as partner, as man. These weren't just oversights. They were deliberate omissions. And omissions scream louder than insults. Omission says, you don't belong here. You're invisible. You don't matter. I carried those wounds in silence because I kept hoping love would rise above it, that she would one day recognize what it cost me to stay and give anyway. But that day never came. Then came the financial betrayal, the kind that digs into your bones because it steals not only your labor but your very security. The contractor fraud. Over $30,000 of my finances, time, labor, sweat, poured into building a home that was supposed to be ours. I coordinated, I hauled, I secured materials, I oversaw every part of the project. I gave what I didn't even have to give because I believed in the vision of building something sacred for our family. And then to stand in a courtroom, hearing the fraud spelled out, watching the evidence pile against the contractor, it was vindicating and gutting all at once. The court recognized me as the central witness, the injured party, the one who carried the weight. Yet even then, with the law on my side, covenant never came from the one I was building it for. What good is a legal recognition if the relational one never shows up? Silence became its own betrayal. I can't tell you how many nights I went to bed with someone inches away yet galaxies distant. Weeks without affection, months without tenderness. I gave consistency, loyalty, fatherhood, presence, yet I received coldness in return. I gave my name to the fight, my finances to the building, my soul to the covenant, and I was repaid with detachment. And when I finally spoke about the pain, when I voiced the hurt, the silence didn't break, it deepened. Gaslighting twisted my words, flipped the script, painted me as the problem. Silence rewrote the narrative until I looked like the aggressor for simply needing connection. That is how silence kills. It doesn't just withhold love, it rewrites truth. And my children paid the price. They watched me carry wounds in silence. They saw me stand at tables where they weren't welcome. They learned too young that sometimes family will celebrate one child while diminishing another. They saw their father's loyalty treated as weakness. They watched me beg for scraps of affection and wondered if that's what love is supposed to look like. Do you know how dangerous that is? Children don't just hear our words, they inherit the unspoken patterns of our lives. If I had stayed silent, if I had taught them that this kind of treatment was love, they would have carried that same confusion into their own relationships. And I refuse to let their legacy be one of silence. I have written about Hosea and Gomer, and for years I felt like Hosea, loving a partner who strayed, staying faithful while dishonored, hoping one day she would come back to covenant. But there's a difference between prophetic symbolism and real life. Hosea's story pointed to God's redeeming love. My story points to a God who doesn't call us to captivity. I am not Hosea. I am Theo. And my children need me to be Theo, a father who discerns when love has become illusion, a man who refuses to let silence redefine truth. Even Christ was falsely accused. He stood in the face of lies, slander, abandonment, mockery, and he entrusted himself to the Father. That is the only reason I'm still standing. The same God who raised him has kept me from being erased. That's why I keep coming back to the guardrails I've written about in 33 Days to Grace and the grace of checking myself. Truth before illusion. Boundaries before burnout. Healing before resolution. These aren't just neat slogans for me, they are survival. They are the lines that kept me from collapsing entirely. But don't think the cost hasn't been severe. Physically, the stress broke me down. Hospital visits. Fatigue that dug into my bones. Chest tightness, migraines, days where my body said no more even when my mind tried to push through. Emotionally, I was erased. Gaslighting made me question my sanity. Omission made me question my worth. Silence made me question if love even existed. Spiritually, I wrestled with God Himself. How do you keep believing in covenant when the one who promised to stand beside you has gone mute? How do you reconcile Christ's command to endure with the reality that endurance was killing you? What I've learned is this. There is a line between covenant and captivity. Covenant is when two people face truth together, even if it hurts. Captivity is when one person hides in silence while the other carries the entire weight of the relationship. Covenant heals. Captivity erases. And when you stay in captivity too long, your children pay, your legacy pays, your very name is rewritten by lies. That's why I write. That's why I tell these stories. Because the world needs to know the difference between illusion and truth, between counterfeit and covenant. Because men need to know that loyalty without reciprocity isn't strength, it's suicide. Because women need to know that silence in the face of lies isn't grace, it's complicity. Because children need to inherit a legacy of healing, not one of erasure. So here's what I say plainly. You did not lose love when you walked away from a liar, you lost a leech. You did not lose covenant, you lost captivity. What you gave was real. What you lost was an illusion. And Christ Himself sees, heals, and restores. I have walked through storms that most people only read about in case files or watch from the safety of a news broadcast. My storm had a docket number. My storm had transcripts. My storm had a dollar amount attached to it, $30,670.11. But behind the legalese, behind the judge's ruling, behind the sterile lines of court orders, there was me, a father, a man, a partner, bleeding in silence. When I poured my sweat and savings into 728 West Kansas Avenue, I wasn't just building walls and roofs. I was building a covenant. I was building a sanctuary where my children could feel safe, where Lola could take her first steps, where my older kids could find rest in a blended family that honored them. I was building the sacred room, not just as a physical structure, but as a prophetic act. A space for prayer, healing, and peace. A place where our story could be rewritten. But every nail I drove, every dollar I handed over, every late night I stayed up coordinating contractors, I did it while carrying the quiet fear that my efforts might never be acknowledged. And in the end, that fear proved true. The contractor stole. She stayed silent. And the very house I built with covenant in mind became the place where silence screamed the loudest. Chapter 3. Counterfeit Love. Counterfeit love is not just deception, it is erasure. It makes you invisible in your own home. It convinces you that loyalty is weakness, that sacrifice is foolishness, that boundaries are betrayal. And it keeps you bleeding while demanding your silence. When the fraud case finally hit the courtroom, I came armed with everything I had: photos, receipts, emails, text messages, timelines. I was meticulous because I had to be. I knew that if the truth was going to survive, it had to be documented. It wasn't enough to know it in my heart. It had to be proven on paper. That's the world we live in. Lies move fast, but truth has to crawl with evidence strapped to its back. I testified with a steady voice, though inside I was shaking. I spoke not only for myself but for my children, for every sacrifice that had been dismissed, every dollar that vanished, every moment I stood alone while others reaped the benefits of my labor. And the judge believed me. The judgment was in my favor. My credibility was upheld. My evidence was trusted. In the eyes of the law, I was vindicated. But vindication in the courtroom cannot heal silence at home. When I walked through the doors after that victory, there was no embrace. No, thank you. No recognition that I had fought for us, that I had stood in the gap while others stood back. Instead, there was the same cold quiet, the same absence of presence, the same refusal to meet me where I was bleeding. And that silence cut deeper than any theft win ever pulled. What is the point of being believed by a judge if the one you love refuses to believe you in daily life? I think often about what my children saw. My older kids saw their father drained, not only financially but emotionally, spiritually, physically. They saw me excluded from photos, from celebrations, from moments that should have been ours. They saw the woman I chose treat them like outsiders, while I treated her child as my own. They felt the sting of favoritism. And children don't need a courtroom to tell them the truth, they can feel it in their bones. They know when they are unwanted. They know when they are tolerated instead of cherished. And Lola, though still so young, will one day grow old enough to see the photos, to ask the questions, to notice the absences. What story will she inherit if the silence continues? Will she be told that her father wasn't there, when the truth is I was fighting every day to protect her, to build for her, to create a home for her? Lies don't just wound the present. They rewrite the past. They threaten the future. That's why I write. That's why I stack stone upon stone, journal upon journal, book upon book. Because I will not let my children grow up without a record of the truth. I will not let silence be the final narrator of our story. And here is what I have learned in this crucible. The nervous system remembers what the heart tries to forget. Every slammed door, every ignored message, every night I slept in a house with a partner who would not reach for me, my body stored it. My chest carried the weight. My mind replayed the contradictions. I developed the habit of second-guessing myself because gaslighting had trained me not to trust my own perception. And by the time I reached the courtroom, I was carrying not only the fraud of a contractor, but the deeper fraud of a relationship that demanded my silence while feeding on my sacrifice. Some will say, "Why didn't you leave sooner?" They don't understand the bind of covenant. They don't understand what it is to love as Christ loves, to endure, to hope against hope, to pray for breakthrough even when your body is breaking down. They don't understand what it is to see not just the person in front of you, but the person you believe they could become. And so you stay. You carry. You keep hoping. Until the weight crushes the very breath in your lungs. But there comes a moment when endurance becomes enabling. There comes a moment when covenant turns into captivity. And the guardrail I had to learn, the guardrail I will never cross again, is this. Truth comes before peace. If I have to lie to myself to stay, I am not in covenant. I am in chains. The fraud case, the silence at home, the rejection of my children, they all taught me one lesson with brutal clarity. You cannot build love on the back of lies. You cannot call silence peace. You cannot call favoritism family. You cannot call manipulation commitment. And you cannot keep giving your life to someone who refuses to meet you with presence. The cost has been staggering. Financially, tens of thousands lost. Money I will never get back. Investments that drained me. Physically, sleepless nights, health crises, hospital visits. My body bearing the toll of stress and neglect. Emotionally, the ache of being unseen, unheard, unchosen. Carrying a weight that was never mine to carry. Spiritually, the wrestling of holding on to faith when covenant was mocked, when silence filled the house more than prayer, when I felt like Hosea walking with Gomer, loving one who would not return love in kind. As a father, the deepest wound, watching my children suffer rejection, watching them excluded, watching their innocence scarred by favoritism and silence. And yet, even in all of this, I hold on to Christ. Because he too was falsely accused. He too was slandered. He too was betrayed by silence in the garden and abandoned by friends. Yet he entrusted himself to the Father. And the Father vindicated him. That is my anchor. That is my hope. So I draw the lines again, not just for me but for anyone who reads this. Truth before illusion. If your peace requires you to lie, it is not peace. Presence over silence. If they cannot show up when it's hard, they are not safe to build with. Boundaries around investments. Stop pouring into ground that refuses to yield. Guarding the children's hearts. They will not inherit the cycle of division and neglect. I did not lose love in this storm. I lost an illusion that was killing me. And in Christ, I did not lose myself. The courtroom gave me vindication. Heaven gives me restoration. And my voice, written here, stacked in every page I leave behind, gives my children the truth. I walked out of that courtroom with the judgment in my favor. The fraud was exposed. My role was acknowledged. The papers said vindicated, but there was no victory in my chest. I went home to silence. Silence so heavy it pressed against my ribs. No one was waiting at the door to say, "I saw what you carried. I see how you stood for us." No gratitude. No presence. Just the same cold distance that had been there all along. That silence cut deeper than the betrayal in court. It was one thing to face lies from a contractor, but another to pour years of loyalty into a relationship only to find nothing but absence waiting for me. I had invested more than money. I had invested my soul. I drained my savings, took loans, worked until my body ached to create a home that was supposed to be a sanctuary. Instead, it became a stage where my labor was invisible and my voice erased. My older kids saw it all. They watched me pour money, sweat, and time into a house that never became a home. They felt the sting of being treated like outsiders, excluded from photos, from holidays, from milestones that were supposed to bind a family together. Children don't need anyone to explain favoritism. They feel it in their bones. They saw me show up every day, present and steady, while the people who should have stood with me stayed silent. I had to look into their eyes and teach them something that tore at me to say, "Your worth is not determined by someone else's treatment of you." A missing last name on a birth certificate does not erase your place in my heart. Being left out of a photo does not make you invisible to me. I had to teach them that a man's faithfulness isn't measured by applause, but by consistency. Even when you're erased. Even when it costs you. That was the inheritance I was fighting for, not just a house or finances, but a legacy of truth that would outlast lies. All of this lived in my body. Stress that sent me to the hospital. Sleepless nights where I replayed arguments in my head, trying to figure out how my words had been twisted back on me. Shoulders aching from labor that was never thanked. My body became the ledger of everything I carried in silence. And still I showed up. For my kids. For Lola. For the covenant I wanted to build, even when it felt like I was the only one laying bricks. This is my testimony. The court may have written the fraud into its records, but heaven was recording the fuller story. Every nail I drove into that house. Every dollar I spent trying to create stability. Every tear I swallowed when silence replaced intimacy. Heaven saw it. Heaven weighed it. This is not just a story about a fraud case or a fractured home. It's about a father carrying the cross of loyalty in a world that mocks endurance. It's about children who will one day know their father didn't just survive lies, he bore them so they wouldn't have to inherit the same cycles. It's about standing in the likeness of Christ himself, who was accused falsely, silenced by men, and yet vindicated by the Father who sees all. The lesson I carry from this season is not just about courtrooms or contractors, not just about betrayal or silence. It's about guardrails, the holy lines God sets to keep us from collapsing under what was never meant to be carried. The first guardrail is truth before illusion. I learned the hard way that silence in the face of lies doesn't create peace, it creates captivity. If I pretend for the sake of keeping the peace, I am not protecting love, I am protecting deception. That's not covenant, that's bondage. The second guardrail is boundaries before burnout. I gave until my body broke, thinking my endurance would finally earn recognition. But the truth is, covenant love does not demand your destruction to prove your devotion. Boundaries are not rejection, they are protection. They are the lines that keep dignity alive. The third guardrail is presence before performance. I poured out finances, labor, effort, but none of it could replace presence. No house is a home if silence fills its walls. No act of provision can cover the absence of compassion. I had to learn that presence is not about grand gestures. It is about being there when it is hard. And finally, the fourth guardrail is healing before resolution. Courts can hand you paper. People can offer explanations. But healing does not come from resolutions that look tidy on the outside. Healing comes from naming the wound, letting God breathe into it, and refusing to let silence rewrite the truth. These guardrails don't erase the cost of what I've lived through. They don't erase the nights my kids felt excluded, the hours I spent working until my body collapsed, or the silence that met me when I needed covenant the most. But they do preserve me from repeating the same cycle again. They keep me steady, they keep me whole, and they keep my children's inheritance free from the weight of lies. That is the seal of this part of my story. I will not hand my children captivity disguised as covenant. I will hand them truth, presence, boundaries, and healing. Because that is what real love looks like, and that is the only kind of legacy worth leaving. When the dust of courtrooms settles and the noise of arguments fades, what lingers is not relief. What lingers is weight. Not the weight of victory, not even the weight of defeat, but the weight of knowing that covenant cannot be carried on one back alone. It is the ache of realizing that loyalty without reciprocity is not covenant at all, it is captivity. I gave everything I had to give, and still, the silence remained. That silence revealed the counterfeit cycle for what it was. It wasn't just occasional misunderstandings or the normal bumps of two people trying to love each other. It was provocation until I broke, then being called angry or crazy for finally reacting. It was gaslighting that rewrote my memory, making me second-guess my own truth. It was silence wielded as a weapon, cold withdrawal dressed up as cooling off, but really punishment. And it was lies, traveling faster than truth, reaching ears before I ever had a chance to defend myself. Lies that stained reputation, family, and trust long before proof could surface. This is the counterfeit cycle: provoke, deny, silence, rewrite. And if you live in it long enough, you start to believe that maybe this is just what love costs. But love is not supposed to cost your identity. Covenant is not crucifixion without resurrection. True covenant is weighty, yes, but it is a different kind of weight. It is mutual presence even when the wound stings. It is staying in the room when pride wants to run. It is sacrifice, yes, but not sacrifice that erases one partner to keep the other comfortable. Covenant is not one person nailed to a cross while the other lives untouched. It is both dying to pride so both can live in truth. Scripture says it plain: submit to one another out of reverence for Christ, Ephesians 5 verse 21. Covenant is not one submitting while the other takes. It is reverence that flows both ways. Years of counterfeit cycles can erode a man's sense of self. I carried weight that was never mine to carry: the blame, the silence, the rewriting of reality, until I questioned whether I was the villain. I lost myself in the process of trying to love someone who would not stand in the truth with me. But reclaiming my dignity began with naming it. This is not covenant. This is not love. This is captivity disguised as loyalty. And I think about my children constantly in this. Because this story is not only about me. They are watching, learning, inheriting patterns whether I name them or not. If I let silence pose as peace, they will believe that real peace requires pretending. If I let favoritism pose as love, they will think being left out means they don't belong. If I let myself be erased, they will grow up believing that erasure is part of covenant. I refuse to pass that on. Their inheritance must be truth, presence, and dignity. They deserve to know that real love sees them, names them, and never makes them beg for a place at the table. That's why the guardrails matter so much. They are not just for me, they are for them. Truth is non-negotiable. Silence in the face of lies is complicity, and I will not hand them that. Boundaries are sacred. They protect love from becoming abuse, and my children must know that boundaries are not selfish but holy. Presence outweighs performance. No amount of provision matters if presence is absent, and my children must know that consistency is more powerful than effort. Healing before resolution. Wounds must be honored before problems are solved, and I want them to know that being heard is more important than being fixed. This is the dividing line I now live by. Counterfeit may wound, but it cannot define. Covenant may demand sacrifice, but it always restores. My life, my children, my legacy will bear the fruit of that choice. I will not let counterfeit cycles rewrite us. I will walk in covenant, even if it means walking alone until the right covenant comes. Because truth before illusion, boundaries before burnout, presence before performance, and healing before resolution, these are not just lessons. They are lifelines. They are the inheritance I will leave, the legacy my children will carry, and the testimony my books will preserve. I have chosen. And the choice is freedom. What made this season especially brutal was that it wasn't just about a relationship. It was about my house, my family's security, my children's future. I poured over $40,000 into a construction project that was supposed to be a sanctuary for us. It wasn't just drywall and lumber. It was supposed to be a place where my children could feel safe, where we could rebuild something together. That addition was meant to be sacred space, a room set apart, a promise that after all the storms, there would be peace inside those walls. Instead, it became a battlefield. I coordinated the contractors, ordered and hauled materials, spent hours of sweat labor, and trusted that we were building something real. But behind my back, the very man we hired, Charles Lee Wynn, was committing fraud. He took the money, left work undone, cut corners, and disappeared with the kind of arrogance that only comes when someone believes you'll stay silent. I didn't stay silent. I testified. I documented every message, every photograph, every receipt. I walked into court with the truth in my hands and the weight of betrayal in my chest. And when it was all laid bare, the bankruptcy court ruled in my favor. They called Wynn what he was, a fraud. They made his debt non-dischargeable, meaning he couldn't just walk away from what he stole. They put into writing what I had carried for months, that my labor, my finances, my testimony were credible. That I wasn't crazy, I wasn't exaggerating, I wasn't lying. I was telling the truth, and the court affirmed it. But that victory came at a cost. $30,670.11 in damages was acknowledged, money I'll likely never see again, hours of labor I'll never get back. And while the judge's ruling vindicated me, it didn't erase the stress, the sleepless nights, or the pressure it put on my relationship. It didn't heal the way my children saw me come home exhausted, frustrated, and worn thin. My kids watched me hold it together when everything inside me wanted to collapse. They watched me shoulder betrayal not only from a contractor, but from the very woman I thought was building a future with me. Because while I was fighting this battle in court, I was also fighting another one at home. The silence, the detachment, the lack of partnership from her. I wasn't just losing money, I was losing connection. I wasn't just battling fraud, I was battling the coldness of someone who didn't stand beside me when I needed it most. And that cut deeper than any contractor's scam. Here's the thing, when you're defrauded by a stranger, you expect it to hurt your wallet. But when you're unsupported by the person you love, it hurts your soul. It leaves you feeling like you're in the fight of your life, but the person standing next to you in the picture isn't holding a sword. They're just watching. Sometimes, they're even holding the door open for the enemy. That's how it felt. I was giving my best time, money, labor, loyalty, to build something not just for myself but for all of us. And in return, I got a courtroom battle on one side and silence on the other. No partnership. No warmth. No reassurance that the sacrifices were seen, let alone shared. That's when the symbolism hit me hard. This wasn't just about a house. It was about covenant. You can pour thousands into a structure, but if the foundation of your relationship is cracked, the house will never be a home. You can fight fraud in the courtroom, but if deception is tolerated in your living room, the verdict doesn't matter. You can win the case, but still lose the heart of the person you wanted to celebrate victory with. And that's what I had to face. I won the case, but I didn't win her presence. That realization shook me. It showed me that money can be replaced, but time cannot. Labor can be repaid, but intimacy cannot be faked. A judgment can declare you right, but it cannot give you the partnership you deserve. I had to learn to separate those truths. To stop hoping that vindication in court would lead to vindication at home. To stop thinking that if I just kept fighting, if I just kept providing, it would prove enough to awaken love. Because counterfeit love doesn't awaken with effort, it only consumes it. Looking back now, I see how much it shaped my children too. They saw what it means to fight for what is right, but they also saw what it looks like when love is not mutual. They saw the cost of silence. They saw how division in adults trickles down into kids' hearts, teaching them lessons about loyalty, justice, and abandonment long before they should have to carry that kind of weight. I never wanted them to learn those lessons this way. But maybe one day, they'll remember how their father stood for truth, even when it cost him everything. Maybe they'll remember that money can be stolen, property can be ruined, but integrity remains when you refuse to battle lies. And maybe, just maybe, they'll inherit a different legacy because I refuse to stay silent. What often gets overlooked in stories like mine is the toll it takes on the body. Stress doesn't just live in your mind, it invades your nervous system, your immune system, your very capacity to keep standing. There were nights I came home so drained I could barely eat. Nights where I lay awake staring at the ceiling, every number, every missing dollar, every betrayal running on a loop in my head like a broken record. My chest felt heavy. My blood pressure climbed. And more than once, I found myself in the hospital, facing down the physical cost of carrying burdens I never should have carried alone. Doctors can write stress-related illness on a chart, but they can't capture the way your body starts to crumble under relational neglect. They can't chart what it feels like when your partner is emotionally absent while your body screams for rest. They don't see that part, the way silence at home makes recovery impossible. That's the cruel irony of this season. I could fight a fraud in court, but I couldn't fight the silence in my own house. I could gather evidence, call witnesses, and be declared credible before a judge, but I couldn't make her look me in the eye and acknowledge my exhaustion. I could force accountability out of a contractor, but I couldn't force love out of someone who chose detachment. And that disconnect nearly broke me. Because it wasn't just about money. It was about the vision I had for my family. That room, the addition, the sacred space I envisioned, it was supposed to be more than four walls. It was supposed to be where we prayed, where my children found refuge, where our family could reset from all the chaos outside. It was tied directly to my mission, to the calling I've been writing into every book. One man's mission, the grace of checking myself, 33 Days to Grace, Hosea and Gomer, the grace of conviction. Every one of those projects points back to this truth, that healing isn't abstract. It has to be embodied in the spaces we create, the rhythms we live, the relationships we build. But what do you do when the very people who should be building with you won't pick up a brick? That's the question that haunted me. I thought about my older kids, how they were already paying the price for being excluded by her stepmother. They saw me spend thousands, work myself into the ground, and they also saw us get shut out of holidays, family photos, even the birth photos of their baby sister. They felt the sting of favoritism, of being treated like outsiders in a home that was supposed to be theirs too. And I had to watch that, watch my children carry wounds they didn't earn. Then there was Lola, my youngest, who came into this world in the middle of all this chaos. I looked at her and thought, what kind of home am I building for you? One where silence wins? One where money goes into projects that never finish? One where your father bleeds himself dry trying to hold a covenant that isn't mutual? I couldn't bear that thought. The truth is, every nail I hammered, every board I lifted, every dollar I spent, it wasn't about me. It was about legacy. It was about leaving my children a covering, not just a roof. About showing them what it means to fight for truth even when lies are louder. About teaching them that their father did not back down, not in court, not in the home, not even when it nearly killed him. But here's the hardest part one had to face. You can't build legacy with someone who doesn't want to build with you. You can't drag another person into covenant. You can't carry both ends of the beam alone. And I had to admit, painfully, slowly, against everything in me that wanted to hold on, that she wasn't standing with me. Not in the court battle. Not in the financial strain. Not in the sacred vision for a home. Not even in the emotional trenches where I needed her most. And that realization? It was worse than the fraud. Because money can be replaced. Labor can be redone. But the absence of love? That leaves scars no judgment can repair. Still, I keep coming back to this. I didn't lose myself. Even when the contractor betrayed me. Even when she stayed silent. Even when my kids were excluded. I'm still here, still writing, still testifying, still building, even if I have to build alone. When I look back at this entire season, I realize it's the living proof of every book I've already written. It's as if God let me live the curriculum before I taught it. One man's mission was my testimony about what it means to stand in a world that tries to erase fathers. And then I lived it again, showing up in a courtroom where the system is stacked against men, where one false accusation can undo a lifetime of sacrifice. I wrote about loyalty, about presence, about the refusal to abandon, and then I had to prove it, day after day, in a relationship where presence wasn't reciprocated. The grace of checking myself was about boundaries, about refusing to let dysfunction set the rhythm of my soul. And yet here I was, pouring myself out until my body broke, until my spirit collapsed under the weight of silence and gaslighting. Writing that book was easy compared to living it. Living it meant saying no more. Living it meant refusing to carry what wasn't mine. Living it meant drawing guardrails around my peace, even if it meant being misunderstood. 33 Days to Grace was about retraining the heart to see again, to choose healing before resolution, to place truth above illusion. And then I was forced to face the most brutal illusion of all, that love was mutual when it was not, that silence meant peace when it meant erasure, that loyalty was reciprocated when it was exploited. I had to walk through my own days to grace, while the ink was still drying. Even Hosea and Gomer, my retelling of covenant betrayed and covenant restored, played out in my own living room. Hosea knew what it was to love someone who kept running, to buy back what should never have been sold. And while my story is not his, I understood the ache, the loyalty that feels like madness, the refusal to let go even when betrayal seems to laugh in your face. And then the grace of conviction, a book about holding truth no matter the cost, became my anchor. Because that's what this season demanded, conviction. Conviction in court. Conviction in my home. Conviction in myself when everything around me tried to rewrite me into the villain. Conviction that truth is not negotiable, even when silence would have been easier. Each book was a rehearsal for the season that nearly destroyed me. And each wound from this season will be the seed of the books still to come. But here's the thing, my writing has never just been about me. It's been about the men who can't find their voice, the fathers who keep showing up while being erased, the ones sitting in empty beds wondering why loyalty feels like punishment. This season has taken my words and carved them deeper. It's one thing to write about boundaries. It's another to write about boundaries with hospital bracelets still on your wrist, with scars on your hands from labor that never got repaid, with children asking why their family doesn't treat them the same. That's why my men's advocacy work matters so much more now. The illustrations, the quotes, the groups I've built, they aren't theory. They're testimony. They're blood, sweat, and tears translated into ink and image. When I say, he's not angry, he's tired, it's not just a clever line. It's me. It's nights where I sat in silence after working all day, paying all the bills, carrying the weight, and walking into a house where I was treated like an intruder instead of a man who built the walls with his own hands. And it's not just about me. It's about the ripple effect on my children. They watched it all. They saw the money I poured out. They felt the sting of favoritism when they were excluded from holidays and family photos. They sat in rooms where silence suffocated what should have been joy. And that's what breaks me most, knowing they are carrying wounds from a battle they never chose. That's why legacy has become non-negotiable for me. Legacy isn't just what you leave behind when you die, it's what your children carry while you're still alive. And I refuse to let mine inherit silence, favoritism, or the illusion that lies our love. If it costs me everything else, I will leave them the truth. I will leave them the example of a father who fought, not just for himself, but for their wholeness. So yes, this season nearly destroyed me. Yes, it cost me money, health, reputation, love. But it also forged me. It clarified my calling. It made my words sharper, my guardrails clearer, my convictions unshakable. It turned survival into testimony, and testimony into legacy. And maybe that's the point. Not that I wanted it, not that I deserved it, but that even the seasons of betrayal, silence, and loss become sacred when you refuse to waste them. Chapter 4. The Toll of Silence. Silence became the loudest part of this whole season. It wasn't just the silence of unanswered questions in the home, but the silence of courtrooms that don't care about fathers, the silence of family members who looked the other way while favoritism cut my children in half, the silence of partners who withdrew instead of repairing. Silence is not neutral, it is a weapon. For me, silence meant standing in rooms where my presence was tolerated but never celebrated. It meant sitting across from someone I loved, pouring out my heart, only to be met with a blank stare or a cold shoulder. It meant holidays where my children were excluded, photos where their absence was intentional, gatherings where their names weren't even spoken. That silence is not just omission, it's erasure. And what I've learned is this: silence doesn't just break relationships, it breaks identities. My kids looked at me with questions in their eyes that no child should ever have to ask. Why don't they want us there? Why aren't we included? Why does our family treat us like outsiders? Every time the silence wasn't addressed, a lie took root in their hearts. And the lie was this: maybe they're not worthy of being chosen. That's what favoritism does. That's what division sows. And that's what silence protects. I can endure rejection as a man. I can stand in a courtroom and fight for myself. I can weather financial betrayal and keep walking. But when I see the light dim in my children's eyes because adults chose division over peace, that's when I feel the weight of silence the most. Because it's not just me paying the price. It's them. And no child should ever have to carry the fallout of grown-ups who refuse to deal with truth. Faith didn't make this easier. In fact, it made it harder. Because faith calls me to forgive, to endure, to love without condition. But faith also calls me to truth. To protect the innocent. To call out injustice. And so I've lived in this tension, between the call to be long-suffering and the call to refuse complicity. Between the cross that demands I lay down my pride and the covenant that demands I guard the house God entrusted me with. There were nights where I sat with my Bible open, not even reading, just staring at the pages, asking God why He would let me walk through betrayal after betrayal, silence after silence. And the answer was not loud. It was not thunder. It was the still small voice: I see you. I see them. And I will vindicate. That doesn't erase the ache. But it reframes it. Because if God Himself endured silence, 3 days in the grave, unanswered prayers in Gethsemane, betrayal from His own, then maybe my silence is not wasted. Maybe it's teaching me what real covenant costs. Maybe it's teaching my children that even when humans erase you, God never does. Still, I won't romanticize this. The toll has been brutal. My body carries it: the stress, the sleepless nights, the hospital visits. My finances carry it: tens of thousands poured into a home that became a battleground. My heart carries it: years of loyalty poured into someone who couldn't choose me back. And my children carry it: memories they'll never get back, wounds that only truth and love can slowly heal. So here's where I've landed. Silence is no longer an option. I will not stay quiet when lies are called love. I will not sit still while my children are erased from family tables. I will not nod along when favoritism poisons what God intended to be whole. I cannot control anyone else's choices, but I will not apologize for refusing to be complicit in silence any longer. Because silence is not peace. Silence is complicity. And if my legacy is anything, let it be this: that I broke the silence, even if it cost me everything. The cost of betrayal, more than money. When I look back on the house project, it's not just numbers on paper that sting me. Yes, there were tens of thousands of dollars, cash, labor, materials, invested with the intention of building not just walls, but stability, not just rooms, but legacy. I wasn't just paying bills. I was laying down a foundation for my children to feel safe, for my family to grow, for a covenant to finally take root in a physical space. Every nail I hammered, every trip I made for supplies, every late-night calculation wasn't about equity or property value. It was about creating a home that could carry the weight of love. But betrayal hit me there too. A contractor who lied, who cut corners, who exploited trust, left me holding the wreckage. And the cruel irony? The courts saw it. My testimony, my photos, my receipts, they were the evidence that proved fraud. The judge ruled, the damages were awarded, the truth was vindicated. And yet, the victory was hollow, because the money I poured out was still gone, the time I gave was still spent, the strain I carried was still heavy. It wasn't just financial theft. It was emotional theft. It was betrayal not just of me, but of the vision I carried for my family. Because when you invest in something with pure motives, to build a home, to create stability, and someone poisons that, they're not just stealing dollars. They're stealing years of trust, miles of labor, and the dignity of knowing your work will stand. And yet, I didn't stop. I didn't throw up my hands and walk away. I kept showing up. I kept investing. I kept building, even if it broke me. Because that's what covenant meant to me. You don't abandon the vision, even when others do. But here's what I had to learn the hardest way. Covenant cannot be carried by one person alone. If the other person won't show up, your loyalty becomes martyrdom. If the other person won't invest, your sacrifice becomes exploitation. And what should have been a shared victory became a lonely endurance. How betrayal shaped my voice. I didn't set out to be an author of prophetic scrolls, of journal stones, of covenant guardrails. I set out to be a father, a partner, a builder of peace. But when peace kept collapsing under silence, lies, and betrayal, I realized the writing was not optional. It was survival. Every book I've written, The Grace of Checking Myself, Hosea and Gomer, One Man's Mission, 33 Days to Grace, The Grace of Conviction, they're not abstract projects. They're not intellectual exercises. They are my lifeline. They are the way I took betrayal and turned it into teaching, the way I took rejection and turned it into resilience, the way I took silence and turned it into voice. When I wrote The Grace of Checking Myself, it was born out of the realization that if I didn't put guardrails on my own reactions, I'd be destroyed by someone else's provocations. When I wrote Hosea and Gomer, I was staring down the reality that love can call you to remain faithful even when your partner wanders, but also that God calls you to truth, not to endless self-erasure. One man's mission came from the place of fighting for my children, for custody, for presence, when the courts and culture were stacked against fathers. 33 Days to Grace came from needing a daily rhythm of survival, to write my way through pain, to anchor myself in reflection, to walk stone by stone until healing wasn't just theory, but embodiment. And The Grace of Conviction came from the cost of standing firm in truth even when the world, and sometimes your own household, would rather you be silent. These books aren't just titles. They're testimonies. They're my scars in print. They're the stones I laid so that my children could one day see. Their father didn't just endure, he transformed pain into truth, betrayal into boundaries, silence into scrolls. I've learned that betrayal either makes you bitter or it makes you a builder. And I chose to build. Not because it was easy, not because it felt victorious, but because I couldn't let the lies have the final word. When the money was lost, I still wrote. When the silence was suffocating, I still showed up. When the courts twisted family into battlegrounds, I still stood as father. And every page I've written is proof that what the enemy tried to erase in silence, God gave back to me in voice. The wound and the anchor. If there is one thread that has tied every betrayal, every silence, every courtroom, every late-night journal entry together, it's this: my children have been both the wound and the anchor of this story. Every loss I endured, whether it was the $40,000 poured into a house that became a battlefield, or the empty bed where a partner rolled away from me night after night, or the holidays where my older children were excluded because they weren't blood, I didn't carry alone. My kids carried it with me. They felt it in the rooms they were kept out of, in the photos they were excluded from, in the tension they could cut with their little hands just by walking into the kitchen. That's what broke me the most. It wasn't just my own pain. It was seeing their eyes dim when they realized they weren't wanted in the picture. It was watching them try to laugh off the hurt when they were overlooked by people who should have embraced them as family. It was feeling them shrink back when the house filled with silence, so thick it suffocated every ounce of joy. A father absorbs more than a share. That's the role we are given, like it or not. When a contractor steals, I absorb the cost so my kids still have a roof. When a partner withdraws, I carry the weight so they still have stability. When courts twist custody into war, I bear the fight so they don't have to carry the battlefield in their little bodies. But here's the truth I had to face. Sometimes the cost breaks the father in ways the children cannot see. I kept smiling so they wouldn't feel the fracture. I kept showing up so they wouldn't taste the abandonment. I kept writing so they would one day understand what I couldn't explain in the moment. But the toll was real. My chest has known the ache of suppressed tears. My body has known the collapse of exhaustion. My soul has known the loneliness of giving everything for a family that sometimes didn't even know what I had given. But fatherhood also became my anchor. Every time I wanted to quit, their faces pulled me back. Every time the silence in the house screamed louder than any argument, I looked at my children and reminded myself, they need me to stay. Every time I was erased from photos, from plans, from affection, I remembered that my children could not afford to have their father erased from their lives too. And so I stayed. I endured. Not because the circumstances deserved my faithfulness, but because my kids did. They needed to see what covenant looked like when it was embodied in flesh and bone. They needed to know that even if their home was fractured, their father was not going anywhere. This is what betrayal did to fatherhood in me. It made me both more tender and more unbreakable. Tender, because I felt their pain deeper than I ever thought possible. Unbreakable, because I refused to let their story be written by someone else's lies. Fatherhood, for me, became the measure of everything. The books I wrote, the court cases I fought, the prayers I prayed, the boundaries I drew, they all came back to one question: what legacy am I leaving for my children? That's why betrayal doesn't get the final word. Because my children will see that their father chose truth when lies were easier. That their father chose presence when silence was suffocating. That their father chose love when hate would have been justified. Chapter 5: The Emotional Drift. The collapse didn't come overnight. That's what makes it so painful to look back on. If it had been sudden, maybe it would have been easier to see. But it came like a slow leak, subtle enough at first that I kept telling myself, this is just a season. She'll come back around. We'll work through this. The truth is, the distance started long before Lola was even born. Long before the stepmother's interference, long before the financial chaos. There had already been a lack of intimacy, not just sexual, but emotional. I was living in a relationship where touch was rare, tenderness was rationed, and every small attempt at closeness felt like asking too much. I remember the way silence became the default answer. Not just silence in the house, but silence in the heart. I would try to open up, to talk about my needs, about the things I was carrying inside, and instead of meeting me with presence, she would shut down. A look at her phone, a shift in the conversation, a defensive tone. I felt the door close before the words even left my mouth. The intimacy drought wasn't about sex. People misunderstand that too easily. What I longed for was to feel chosen, to feel wanted, to know that my presence in her life meant something more than obligation. I could live without sex, but I couldn't live without affection, tenderness, pursuit. I wanted to be touched not because of lust, but because of love. I wanted her to reach for my hand, to lean into me at the end of a long day, to share a kiss without me having to always initiate. Instead, it felt like every attempt was met with resistance. Not outright rejection, but the kind that makes you feel like a burden. When even a hug feels heavy, you stop reaching as often. And when you stop reaching, the distance grows. I tried to problem solve, because that's who I am. I suggested therapy. I encouraged her to reconsider the long-term effects of the medications she was on, knowing how SSRIs can flatten emotional engagement. I looked for new ways to approach intimacy, to make it less pressured and more about connection. Every suggestion was met with avoidance, delay, or dismissal. And here's the ache. I was faithful. I was present. I was loyal. I wasn't looking outside the relationship. I wasn't asking for what I wasn't willing to give. I was fully there, pouring myself out, hoping that one day she'd turn her face back toward me. But the drift continued. Nights turned into weeks, weeks into months. I would lie in bed beside someone who felt like a stranger, close enough to touch but galaxies away in heart. And the silence grew louder than any argument we could have had. At least arguments meant engagement. Silence meant erasure. The emotional drift didn't destroy the relationship in one moment. It hollowed it out slowly, until the walls looked the same on the outside, but inside, the foundation was crumbling. And by the time the bigger storms hit, the stepmother, the court cases, the financial betrayals, the cracks were already too wide. I can still see the small details, the everyday signs that things weren't right. The way she would sit on the far edge of the couch instead of leaning in close. The way her phone seemed to matter more than my words. The way her eyes didn't light up anymore when I walked into the room. That's the cruelest part about emotional drift. It's not loud, it's quiet. It's the absence of laughter that used to fill the room. It's the dinners that turn into silence instead of conversation. It's falling asleep next to someone who feels a million miles away and waking up with the same ache in your chest that never goes away. I found myself adjusting every part of who I was just to keep the peace. I didn't press too hard when she pulled away. I didn't bring up the wounds too often because I didn't want to start a fight. I shrank myself down to fit the absence of her affection. That's what counterfeit intimacy does to you. It convinces you that your needs are too much, that if you just carry them quietly, maybe love will return on its own. But love doesn't work like that. Love doesn't grow in silence. It suffocates there. What's worse is that I still believed in us. I still thought, if I just wait a little longer, if I just love her harder, maybe she'll finally see me again. I put my dreams on hold, my energy on hold, even my needs on hold, because I thought that's what commitment required. But in reality, I was trading away my identity one piece at a time. I was erasing myself to preserve the shell of something that no longer existed. And let me be brutally honest here. The body knows before the mind does. My chest stayed tight. My sleep turned shallow. My energy drained. It wasn't just sadness anymore. It was my nervous system crying out for safety, for connection, for something real. This is how men disappear without ever leaving. You stay. You provide. You protect. You show up every single day. But inside, you're dying a little at a time because the person you're showing up for has already stopped showing up for you. I carried that weight into every part of my life. Into my role as a father, into my ministry, into my writing. Even as I wrote books about truth, healing, and covenant, I was living in a relationship that was erasing me in silence. That contradiction cut deep. Because I wasn't just fighting for me anymore, I was fighting for my kids, for the legacy I wanted them to inherit. And yet, the very place that should have been a haven, my home, felt like a battlefield of silence. I didn't realize it fully then, but what I was living through was not just distance. It was the early signs of collapse. The kind that doesn't happen with slammed doors and loud words, but with withheld affection, avoidance, and a refusal to engage. By the time betrayal shows up in a relationship, the soil has already been poisoned by neglect. And that's what makes the collapse so painful. You remember who they used to be. You remember the smiles, the closeness, the early days of connection. You cling to the hope that those memories will somehow return, not realizing that the person standing in front of you has already chosen distance over covenant. I remember the baby shower. The pictures. The way my children, my own flesh and blood, were cut out of moments that should have included them. I remember standing there with that ache in my chest, trying to smile, trying to believe it wasn't intentional, trying to swallow the hurt for the sake of peace. But deep down, I knew. It wasn't just an oversight. It was a choice to prioritize her family's comfort over my children's place in our story. That wound never really closed, because it wasn't just about me. It was about my kids being erased from the narrative of a family they had every right to belong to. And I told myself, maybe it's just the pressure, maybe she doesn't realize how much it hurts me. But that was the lie I kept clinging to, giving benefit of the doubt to someone who already knew what she was doing. Silence is a choice. Exclusion is a choice. And each one became another stone stacked between us. Then came the financial weight. I poured over $40,000 of my labor, my money, my sweat into a home that was supposed to be ours. Hours of my time, days of my strength, resources I could have used to secure my children's future, all invested into what I believed was covenant. I coordinated contractors, I secured materials, I bled into the work. I thought every nail, every board, every dollar was building not just a room, but a future. But when betrayal entered that picture, the fraudulent contractor, the bankruptcy court, the ruling that left me acknowledged but not restored, it wasn't just a financial blow. It was a heart blow. Because I didn't just invest in wood and nails. I invested in us. And when us wasn't honored, it felt like my entire labor had been stolen. Add to that the silence. Always the silence. The nights where the house went quiet, not the peaceful kind of quiet, but the suffocating kind. The kind where you lie awake and wonder, what did I do wrong this time? Why is she so far away? Why am I carrying this alone? That silence was its own form of betrayal. Because presence doesn't just mean being in the same room. Presence means being engaged, connected, available. And I was alone even when I wasn't. And then there's Lola, my daughter, born into this house of tension, of silence, of half-love. She deserves better than that. I look at her tiny face and I know she needs a father who will fight for truth, for order, for covenant. But how do you build that in a house where lies and avoidance run deeper than love? The drift wasn't just hurting me anymore. It was shaping the environment my daughter would grow up in. And I couldn't pretend it wasn't happening. This is what counterfeit love does. It hollows you out slowly. It drains your energy, your resources, your hope, until you're standing in a house you built with your own hands, but wondering if you even belong in it. And here's the hardest part. People on the outside don't see it. They see the smiles and pictures, the posts online, the appearances kept. They don't see the nights of silence, the bank accounts drained, the children excluded, the intimacy denied. They don't see how you're slowly fading, how you're shrinking yourself down just to keep the illusion alive. But I saw it. I lived it. And I can tell you, it didn't collapse in one night. It collapsed long before the courts, long before the betrayal, long before the stepmother's poison. It collapsed when affection stopped. When silence became the answer. When covenant was replaced with convenience. The collapse wasn't one event. It was a series of moments that piled on top of each other until the weight became unbearable. At first, I kept trying to fix it, patching cracks in the wall, telling myself the foundation was still good. But eventually, the cracks weren't cracks anymore. They were fractures, and the house came down. One of the clearest signs of collapse was the way truth no longer mattered. I could bring up an issue calmly, gently, even vulnerably, and it would be twisted back on me. Instead of ownership, I got deflection. Instead of empathy, I got anger. Instead of healing, I got silence or blame. Conversations weren't conversations, they were traps. Every attempt I made to bring clarity became another opportunity to be accused, gaslit, or dismissed. That's when I realized this wasn't just emotional drift. It was active collapse. Because a relationship can survive distance if both people are willing to close the gap. But it cannot survive lies. Lies rot the beams, weaken the structure, and poison the air. Once lying and blame-shifting become the language, trust evaporates. The financial betrayal was another breaking point. I wasn't just a man pouring into a relationship. I was a man building a future, investing in a home, staking my labor and resources on something I believed in. To give that much, and then watch it become weaponized against me wasn't just theft of money. It was theft of trust. It was theft of covenant. Then came the family fracture. My kids were excluded, sidelined, treated as outsiders in a home that was supposed to be ours. The baby shower. The photos. The derogatory looks and vibes from her stepmother. Those weren't just slights. They were wounds that cut into my children's sense of belonging. Watching my older kids feel the sting of rejection while I tried to hold it all together was its own kind of torment. Because covenant love doesn't divide children into categories. It grafts them all in. It makes them all belong. And through it all, the silence deepened. Silence when I reached out for intimacy. Silence when I asked for partnership. Silence when I tried to repair. A silence so heavy it felt like death. I would rather someone scream at me than erase me. But erasure became the norm. The collapse wasn't loud. It didn't happen with slammed doors or broken glass. It happened with apathy, with avoidance, with the quiet decision, day after day, to not show up, to not engage, to not fight for what could have been restored. The moment I knew it was over wasn't when I left. It was when I realized I had been alone in it for years. I wasn't losing covenant. I was losing an illusion. I didn't lose love. I lost captivity disguised as love. That realization hurt more than anything because it meant admitting that what I thought I was fighting for wasn't even there anymore. I had been giving my all to a shell, to a shadow, to someone who had long since stopped meeting me in truth. The collapse was final, Not because I wanted it to be, but because I finally saw it for what it was, not a covenant, but a counterfeit. And once you see that clearly, you can't go back. The collapse showed up in the courtroom too. To stand there and hear my name acknowledged, my work acknowledged, my injury acknowledged, yet walk away without restoration was its own kind of death. The judge could see it. The evidence proved it. My hands built it. My money funded it. My time and labor were the backbone of that home. Yet in the end, what I carried away was only recognition, not recompense. It was a victory written in paper, but not in justice. That day revealed a deeper truth. Counterfeit love doesn't just drain you emotionally, it pulls you into systems that mirror the same injustice. Lies in the home spill into lies in the world. The courts themselves became an extension of the collapse. My voice mattered enough to prove the fraud, but not enough to restore what had been stolen. That is the story of counterfeit covenant. You bleed, you testify, and still you carry the cost while others walk away free. The collapse showed up in my children's eyes. I watched my older kids navigate rejection they didn't deserve. They didn't ask for division. They didn't ask for a stepmother who made them feel like outsiders. Yet they bore the brunt of it. They saw photos without them, gatherings without them, moments they should have been part of. And I saw the confusion in their faces. Why are we being treated differently? Why don't we belong here too? No father should have to watch his children's sense of identity be chipped away by the dysfunction of adults. Yet that's what I lived. The collapse showed up in daily rhythms. Waking up beside silence. Carrying the finances alone. Writing books about truth while living with deception. Raising children in a house that should have been sanctuary, but felt like exile. It was a slow suffocation, one that wore me down in ways no one could see from the outside. And then there was Lola. My baby girl. Born into a fracture. A child of hope, yet born into an atmosphere of tension. I look at her and I know she deserves the kind of love that heals, not the kind that divides. She deserves to see her father respected, her siblings embraced, her home made whole. But the collapse meant she was born into a story already bleeding. That's the kind of generational wound I cannot allow to continue. The collapse wasn't just relational. It was spiritual. It stripped away illusions I had been clinging to. It forced me to face the reality that covenant cannot be built on lies, on avoidance, on division. It demanded that I stop excusing what was inexcusable, stop minimizing what was eroding my very soul. It pressed me into God in ways I hadn't before, not for quick answers, but for endurance, for clarity, for courage. Here's the bitter truth. Collapse reveals what was already absent. What looked like a relationship was already a hollow shell. What looked like loyalty was already captivity. What looked like covenant was already counterfeit. The collapse didn't destroy love. It exposed the absence of it. And when that realization finally broke open, I saw it clearly. I hadn't lost love. I had lost a lie. What sealed the collapse for me wasn't just the courts, or the silence, or even the financial drain. It was the realization that every attempt I made to repair was treated like an inconvenience. I would sit down with openness, sometimes even shaking inside because of how vulnerable it felt, and say, "This is what hurts me. This is what I need. Can we work on this together?" And instead of meeting me with compassion, the response was sighs, defensiveness, or outright dismissal. That's when I finally understood. It wasn't that she didn't know how to love me, it was that she didn't want to. Love is a choice. Repair is a choice. And when someone consistently chooses avoidance over engagement, silence over presence, excuses over accountability, that's not love. That's indifference. It's one thing to be unloved. It's another to be erased. And I lived erased in a relationship where my efforts became proof against me, my needs became weapons turned back on me, and my heart became invisible to the very person I entrusted it to. That was the last fracture. Not because the house crumbled in one moment, but because I finally admitted the truth. It had already fallen years before. Chapter 6. The Weight of Lies and False Narratives. It always starts small. That's the part people don't understand. Lies don't announce themselves as life-destroying weapons in the beginning. They come in whispers, in dismissals, in words that sound harmless on the surface, but carry poison in their roots. I'm fine. You're overreacting. He's just a friend. I used to brush those off. I told myself not to nitpick, not to overthink. But now I see those were the rehearsal rounds. Small lies are training grounds. They desensitize the conscience. Each one is practice for the bigger betrayals to come. If a person can look you in the eye and lie about the little things without blinking, it's only a matter of time before the bigger lies spill out too. And the bigger ones came. They weren't just about actions, they were about reality itself. Conversations rewritten. Memories flipped. Moments I knew happened one way were twisted until I doubted my own recall. That's gaslighting at its core, not just lying about what they did, but lying about what you lived. And when you live in that long enough, it breaks something inside of you. What's worse is how skillfully it's done. Lies are rarely delivered with aggression at first. They come with calm tones, pity, or righteous anger. They make you look like the unstable one, the one who's making things up. The liar doesn't just deny wrongdoing, they recast the entire narrative so that you're on trial every time you open your mouth. And when I tried to confront those patterns, the script flipped. My concerns weren't met with accountability, but with accusations. You're too sensitive. You're imagining things. It's not that serious. That was the message over and over. My pain wasn't real, my perception wasn't valid, my truth wasn't truth at all. That's how lies erode a man. Not by one shattering blow, but by 1,000 little cuts, each one convincing him that his reality isn't trustworthy. Until one day he looks in the mirror and wonders, maybe I am the problem. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe this is love and I just don't know how to receive it. But that's the design of deception. Lies don't just distort the story. They rewrite you. The lies didn't stay private. They started bleeding into every layer of my life, the house, the kids, even the courts. I watched it happen when the contractor situation unfolded. What should have been a straightforward case of fraud turned into something twisted. The story got bent, the truth diluted, and in the end, my labor was acknowledged, but my restoration was denied. Lies don't just confuse households, they corrupt justice. They paint themselves as truth long enough that by the time the real evidence surfaces, the damage has already been done. I saw it with my kids too. The story they were fed wasn't, your father is fighting for you. It was, your father is too much, too intense, the problem in the room. That's how lies poison generations. They don't just wound the person being lied to, they wound everyone connected to them. They rob children of the security of knowing, my dad is safe. My dad is steady. My dad is truth. Instead, they create a fog where children begin to wonder if they can trust their own experience of love. It reached a point where even my intentions were rewritten. If I raised concerns, I was controlling. If I asked for honesty, I was suspicious. If I stood my ground, I was the aggressor. No matter what role I played, the story had already been cast, and I was always the villain. And once that seed is planted, the liar doesn't even have to water it. Others pick it up, carry it, repeat it. Suddenly friends look at you differently. Family distances themselves. The narrative spreads faster than you can keep up with, and you find yourself living inside someone else's fiction. That's the weight of lies. They don't just fracture trust between two people, they build entire false worlds around you. They make it so that even when you speak truth, it sounds like defense instead of clarity. And when that happens, you're not just fighting for your relationship anymore. You're fighting for your name. This is why lies are a cancer. They metastasize. They start small, but they spread into every organ of your life until you barely recognize the body you're living in. And unless they're cut out, they will kill everything. There's a name for this cycle. People call it DARVO: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. I didn't learn the acronym first. I learned the ache first. The vocabulary arrived much later, when I needed a handle for something my body already knew. I'm not crazy. My words are being bent into weapons against me. Here's how the flip worked in my daily life. I statements became accusations. I would start with, when X happened, I felt Y. Within minutes, the conversation was about her feelings, my tone, my timing, my pattern, and the original wound vanished off the table. Requests became control. A boundary about money or schedules, the kind healthy couples keep, morphed into me policing. Boundaries are not control. They're the only way dignity survives. Facts became your version. Screenshots, dates, receipts got dismissed as your perspective. When evidence equals opinion, there's no bridge left for reconciliation, only spin. Repair bids became proof of harm. If I asked to revisit a subject that hadn't been resolved, it was framed as me reopening wounds. Repair isn't reopening, it's closing properly. Calm became cold. If I wouldn't chase, plead, or perform, the story became he's detached. When you stop bleeding on command, the person who loved the performance calls it abandonment. And then there's what it did inside me. I started rehearsing sentences in my head before I spoke them, because I knew any imprecision would be used to pivot the narrative. Conversations became cross-exams I had to prep for. That's not intimacy, that's litigation. I over-explained, trying to pre-answer every counter-accusation she might throw back. It never helped. It just made me sound guilty for caring. I questioned my memory after every exchange, because gaslighting trains your nervous system to distrust your own eyes. That's how a man disappears, not by leaving, but by losing access to his own reality. What finally snapped wasn't my patience, it was my agreement with the flip. I stopped accepting "this is your fault" as the price of staying in the room. I stopped trading my clarity for temporary calm. I stopped apologizing for having needs that are normal in healthy love, honesty, reciprocity, affection, shared responsibility, and a place for my children at the table. What I learned, the hard way. If telling the truth is treated as an attack, you're in a place where lies are oxygen. No one thrives there, people only learn to hold their breath longer. If every attempt at repair becomes evidence against you, you're not in a relationship. You're inside a story someone needs you to play the villain in. The role is fixed. The script is set. Your lines are pre-written. If your kids see honesty punished, they internalize that truth equals rejection. I had to break that for them in front of them so their map doesn't get drawn by my silence. What did I change? I moved hard conversations into daylight mornings, not midnight. No more late, exhausted debates that only serve drama. I kept things in writing when needed, not to score points, but to anchor memory. When the flip came, I could return to what was actually said. I refused global language, you always / I never, and stuck to one event at a time. Facts are reparable, caricatures are not. I stopped defending past versions of me to people committed to misunderstanding the present one. If someone needs me small to feel safe, I can't hand them scissors. I protected my children's vantage point by narrating reality without venom. Here's what happened. Here's what Dad is doing about it. Here's what's not okay. No smear, no secrets, no confusion. Most of all, I learned to walk away from conversations that require me to surrender truth to keep proximity. That's not love. That's hostage-taking with soft lighting. I didn't become harder. I became clearer. I didn't lose compassion. I lost my tolerance for spin. And the more I honored the truth, the more peaceful I became, even while others grew louder. Peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the absence of self-betrayal. When the collapse finally came, it wasn't just the relationship that broke. It was the roof over my head, the money in my pocket, the stability of my children's lives, and the peace in my own chest. Counterfeit love doesn't just drain your heart, it drains your accounts, your energy, your name, and sometimes even the future you were trying to build for your family. I think back to the thousands I poured into that house, the one on Kansas Avenue. Lumber, materials, labor, hours of sweat. I didn't just invest in boards and nails. I invested in a future. I thought I was building us a home, a safe place for our children, a sanctuary that would hold the proof of our commitment. Instead, what I built became the very battlefield where loyalty was mocked and sacrifice erased. Financially, I was stripped. More than $40,000 in labor, materials, and coordination poured into a project that I believed was shared. Courtrooms later confirmed the fraud of a contractor, yes, but the deeper fraud was closer to home, that my loyalty was being used as free labor, my devotion was being treated as currency, my sweat equity was being taken for granted. Money can be replaced, but time, dignity, and trust cannot. Emotionally, I was emptied. Nights of silence, days of cold shoulders, moments where my voice didn't just go unheard, it was unwelcome. It's one thing to be tired as a father or a man. It's another to be treated as though your presence itself is a burden. I stayed up late not because I couldn't sleep, but because silence sat heavier than exhaustion. I reread old texts, old moments of warmth, trying to remind myself that I wasn't crazy, that there had been love once, or at least something pretending well enough to pass for it. Spiritually, I wrestled. I prayed prayers that felt like they bounced off the ceiling. I asked God why endurance felt so much like abandonment. I opened my Bible, desperate for promises, and sometimes all I saw was conviction. Yet in that ache, I learned something no seminary ever could have taught me. Covenant is not endurance of lies. Covenant is not silence in the face of betrayal. Covenant is not self-erasure masquerading as patience. And then, there were my children. This is where the deepest cost landed. They didn't just lose stability, they saw division in real time. They were excluded from pictures, from gatherings, from a family that treated them like outsiders because they weren't blood. They saw their father, who showed up, who stayed, who protected, treated like a shadow at the edge of the story. It's one thing for me to endure silence. It's another to watch my children carry the weight of favoritism and rejection. It tore something inside me that no courtroom ruling, no settlement, no explanation could fix. I had to stand in front of them and tell the truth. This is not what love looks like. This is not how family treats each other. What you are seeing is wrong, and I will not let it define you. And here's the bitterest lesson of all. Collapse is not just losing someone, it's losing the illusion you built around them. When the scaffolding of lies falls, you see that you weren't losing love. You were losing a role you were never meant to play. I wasn't a partner. I was a prop, an extra in someone else's script. And when I stopped playing the role, the collapse was inevitable. But here's what I also know. Collapse, as brutal as it is also clarity. Illusion cannot stand forever. Lies rot under their own weight. Silence eventually screams. Manipulation eventually chokes the manipulator. What collapsed was never covenant, it was the counterfeit finally running out of stage lights. And when it all came down, I had to make a choice. Would I collapse with it, or would I rebuild on truth? When people talk about collapse, they picture a single moment, the blow-up, the breakup, the slammed door. But collapse in real life is slower, crueler. It seeps into the everyday. It shows up in court filings, in bank accounts, in the way your kids' faces fall when they realize they've been left out again. The courtrooms were brutal. Not because the truth wasn't on my side, but because truth takes time while lies move fast. I was dragged into hearings, my testimony scrutinized, my evidence dissected, yet every page of those records carries proof of what I endured. My pictures, my words, my oversight of the project all became evidence. The courts confirmed the fraud of the contractor, but here's what the gavel didn't touch: the betrayal inside my own walls. The judge can order damages. He cannot order loyalty. The money drained like blood. Every dollar I spent on lumber, nails, and supplies wasn't just currency, it was conviction. I believed in what we were building. And when that collapsed, I had to look my children in the eyes and explain why the roof over their heads came at the cost of their father's drained accounts. You can earn more money, yes, but you can never give back to your kids the innocence they lose when they see how unfair life can be. Family fractures widened. I tried to love her family, even respected her father. But silence from those who should have defended us enabled division. Her stepmother's favoritism cut deep, carving lines between children who should have been united. My own kids learned what it felt like to be second class in a home where they should have been cherished. Do you know the ache of explaining to a child why they weren't in the family pictures? Why their presence seemed optional? That is a wound I would not wish on anyone. Daily life became survival. I stopped living in a house. I started surviving in a battlefield. Every conversation felt like walking a tightrope. Every silence felt like a verdict. I rehearsed my words, wrote down details, saved screenshots, not because I wanted to win arguments, but because I needed anchors against the constant spin. Conversations turned into case files. Home turned into litigation. Love turned into suspicion. And what this did to me physically, I don't think people realize. Stress is not abstract. It lives in the body. My chest tightened at the sound of a text notification because I didn't know if it would be warmth or warfare. My stomach twisted before every conversation because I knew one misstep could flip the whole script against me. My sleep was shallow, interrupted by racing thoughts. My nervous system was always on high alert. I wasn't just tired, I was rewired by trauma. But worst of all was the spiritual toll. To stay faithful to God while everything around me mocked the very idea of covenant, that was the hardest part. I cried out, Lord, how much longer? I wrestled with the silence of heaven while enduring the silence of the person beside me. And yet, somehow, even in that silence, God was teaching me. He was saying, Son, covenant with me first. Do not confuse captivity with love. Do not bow to illusion. The collapse wasn't one day, it was every day. Every time my children were excluded, every time money bled out of my hands, every time truth was twisted, every time silence replaced presence, every time I bent so far I nearly broke. Collapse is cumulative. It is death by 1,000 cuts until one day you finally say, no more. And that day, when you stop trading truth for proximity, is when collapse turns into clarity. Chapter 7: Shock and Survival Mode. When the collapse finally came, it didn't feel like one clean break. It felt like a slow implosion that left me standing in the wreckage, choking on dust, trying to keep my kids breathing when my own lungs barely worked. People think collapse is loud, shouting, slamming doors, some dramatic final act. But the worst collapses are quiet. They're the kind where you wake up in the morning, look around the house, and realize nothing is standing where it used to. The walls are the same, but the foundation is cracked beneath your feet. I remember those first days like a haze. My body was running on fumes, caught in the loop of hypervigilance trauma leaves behind. My chest was tight all the time. Sleep came in fragments, an hour here, 30 minutes there, and when I did drift off, I woke up with my jaw clenched, heart pounding, like I'd just fought a war in my dreams. Eating didn't feel right either. Some days I couldn't touch food, other days I devoured anything just to quiet the gnawing emptiness. Survival mode isn't glamorous. It isn't some bounce-back story. It's waking up and realizing you have to make breakfast for kids who are watching your every move, trying to see if dad is still dad. It's knowing that their stability is built on how steady you appear, even when your insides are shredded. It's fielding questions about, why isn't she here? Or why can't things be normal, with enough calm that they don't inherit the chaos? But let me be honest, I was drowning in paperwork, financial calculations, and emotional triage at the same time. Contractor fraud had already stolen over $30,000 of my labor, money, and effort. Money I had fought for, sweated for, poured into the vision of a family home. Add to that the emotional theft of being erased from my daughter's milestones, the baby shower I wasn't really welcome at, the birth photos I wasn't in, the cold silences where my presence as father was treated like an inconvenience. Every bill I paid, every wall I put up in that house, became a reminder that I had invested everything into a foundation that wasn't just unstable, it was actively eroding under my feet. Shock has a way of numbing you, but survival forces you forward. I couldn't collapse fully because my children needed me to stand. Phoenix, Nick, Serena, Alex, and Lola, they didn't need a man curled up in grief. They needed breakfast. They needed school drop-offs. They needed a father who would show them that storms don't erase presence. So even when I felt hollow, I moved. Even when my head was pounding from sleepless nights, I kept the routines alive. And that's the paradox of survival mode. You're bleeding inside, but you hold the line anyway because the people entrusted to you deserve stability more than you deserve the comfort of collapsing. Looking back, I can see how trauma rewired those days. My nervous system was on high alert constantly. Every vibration of my phone, every slam of a door, every sudden silence, it all sent alarms through my body. Hypervigilance is what happens when you've been gaslit too long. You stop trusting peace. You wait for the shoe to drop. You rehearse conversations in your head before they even happen, trying to anticipate the spin, the flip, the reversal. That's not love. That's survival in a war zone you never volunteered to enter. But here's what I've learned. Survival mode is temporary. It's brutal, but it's also clarifying. Because in those stripped-down days, you learn who you are without illusions. You learn that your children are watching how you carry yourself under pressure more than how you celebrate when things are easy. You learn that peace doesn't come from what someone else gives you, it comes from refusing to betray your own clarity. I had to anchor myself in small practices. Writing was one. Even if it was just a paragraph in a notebook, I wrote down what was real so I wouldn't lose it in the spin of arguments and lies. Scripture was another. I went back to verses that reminded me God doesn't vanish in storms. Never will I leave you. Never will I forsake you. Hebrews 13 verse 5. And sometimes, survival looked like just breathing with my kids in the car, quiet moments where I could remind myself, we're still here. We're still moving. We're not erased. Survival mode wasn't pretty, but it was holy in its own way. It taught me that even in collapse, presence is possible. Even when love has been counterfeited and trust shattered, the daily bread of showing up for yourself, for your kids, becomes the seed of rebuilding. When the dust finally settled enough for me to look around, I had to face the wreckage for what it was. And let me tell you, that was almost harder than the collapse itself. Survival keeps you moving, but naming what actually broke forces you to admit how deep the fractures run. The wreckage wasn't just financial, though that alone could have buried me. Over $40,000 in labor, materials, and time stolen through contractor fraud, disconnection, broken promises, and unvalued partnership. I had trusted someone to help build our future home, a sanctuary where my children could finally feel secure. Instead, I watched my sweat and sacrifice vanish into lies and broken promises. That kind of theft doesn't just rob your bank account. It robs your hope. It mocks your vision. But the money wasn't the only wreckage. There was the emotional betrayal that cut even deeper. I gave my loyalty, my devotion, my presence. I chose her every single day, at her worst and in her silence, believing that eventually she would see the depth of my love and meet me there. Instead, I was treated like an afterthought. I was excluded from my own daughter's baby pics. I was erased from her birth photos. Do you know what it feels like for your children to see the father's presence deliberately cut out of the family story? That's not just rejection, that's erasure. Then there was the silence. Weaponized silence is its own kind of violence. It doesn't bruise the skin, but it bruises the soul. Nights where I reached for connection and was met with nothing but cold detachment. Days where my voice was twisted, my memories gaslit, my truth flipped back onto me. I started questioning my own perception, rehearsing my words before I spoke them, trying to anticipate every possible spin. That's not intimacy. That's litigation. That's not love. That's survival in a house where truth was treated like a threat. And I can't ignore the wreckage my children carried. My older kids, Phoenix, Nick, Serena, and Alex, saw the division. They felt the favoritism. They knew what it was like to be excluded by a stepfamily who treated them like outsiders while embracing only the blood. They watched me fight to keep them included, to make sure their place at the table was never erased, and they also watched me get shut out. Children learn by what they see more than by what they hear. And what they saw was a man pouring himself out, only to be dismissed, silenced, and undermined. The hardest part of naming the wreckage is realizing that it wasn't just the relationship that collapsed. It was the illusion I had been holding on to. The illusion that if I gave enough, endured enough, stayed faithful enough, it would somehow balance the scales. But counterfeit love doesn't balance scales, it tips them until you collapse under the weight. I had to admit that the love I believed in wasn't real. It was a projection, a hope, an image I built in my heart that never existed in her actions. Naming the wreckage also meant admitting what it did to my body. Sleepless nights, chronic stress, a nervous system stuck in overdrive. Hypervigilance became my baseline. I was constantly waiting for the next accusation, the next cold shoulder, the next twist of words. That kind of living rewires your brain. It teaches your body that chaos is home. And until you call it what it is, you can't begin to retrain your nervous system to know peace again. And finally, there was the spiritual wreckage. I had to look at the ways I had mistaken silence for strength, endurance for covenant, and self-erasure for sacrifice. I had to admit that I stayed too long in something that mocked the very truth I claimed to live by. God never called me to worship an illusion. He called me to walk in truth. And truth doesn't erase, silence, or gaslight. Truth restores. Truth heals. Truth sets free. Naming the wreckage was brutal, but it was also necessary. Because until you call things by their true name, you will keep living in the fog of lies. And I refuse to pass that fog down to my children. They will not inherit confusion because I was too afraid to name reality. They will inherit clarity, dignity, and the witness of a father who told the truth, even when it cost him everything. Protecting the children/reclaiming their stability. If there's one thing that kept me from collapsing completely, it was my children. When everything else was falling apart, when money was disappearing, when lies were being spun, when silence was eating away at the relationship, the faces of my kids were the anchor that reminded me why I couldn't give up. But protecting them in the middle of chaos wasn't simple. It wasn't about shielding them from every wound. That's impossible. It was about giving them clarity where others tried to give them confusion. It was about narrating reality in a way that didn't poison them with bitterness, but also didn't leave them blind to what was happening. I had to strike that balance. No venom, no secrets, no smear. My kids didn't need me ranting about their mom or her family. That only breeds division and makes children carry adult weight. What they needed was plain-spoken truth. Here's what happened. Here's what Dad is doing about it. Here's what's not okay. They didn't need spin. They needed stability. Modeling boundaries in real time. Children learn by watching. If they see me tolerate disrespect, dishonesty, or exclusion, they will absorb that as normal. If they see me stand firm with dignity, not lashing out, not retreating, but calmly naming what's real, they will learn that love doesn't erase you. Refusing to let them be erased. When events excluded them, when family photos left them out, when bloodline was used as a weapon to decide who belongs, I made it clear to them, you are mine. You are chosen. You are not outsiders in this family. That clarity was oxygen for their souls. I had to accept that some wreckage they would feel no matter what. They would see their dad excluded from a baby pics. They would notice who got favored and who didn't. They would hear the silence in the house. I couldn't erase their pain, but I could refuse to let that pain become confusion. I could tell them, this is not your fault. This is not love. And you don't have to repeat this pattern when it's your turn to build a family. The weight of fatherhood in that season felt heavier than anything else. Not because I didn't want it, but because I knew my kids were watching every move I made. If I folded under lies, if I played along with silence, if I excused manipulation, then they would learn to do the same. I had to show them that truth is stronger than lies, even if truth costs you comfort. And it wasn't just about emotional protection. It was also about the practical. Making sure they had what they needed even when money was bleeding out into a house that wasn't legally secured. Making sure bills got paid, that food was on the table, that their daily rhythm wasn't swallowed by courtrooms, construction chaos, or cold fights. They deserved consistency. They deserved to know Dad was present no matter what storm hit. I can't overstate this. Children inherit our silence as much as our words. If I had stayed quiet just to keep the peace, they would have learned that truth is dangerous and lies are normal. But because I named what was happening, because I protected their vantage point, they learned something else. Truth is worth speaking, even when it shakes the room. Protecting them in that season was less about keeping them happy and more about keeping them anchored. Life was storming all around us, but my role was to be the steady ground under their feet. And even when my own knees were shaking, even when my own heart was breaking, I chose to be that ground. Because children don't need perfect parents. They need present ones. They need honest ones. They need parents who will walk through storms without pretending it's sunny. And that's what I gave them. Chapter 8. Rebuilding Inner Ground. After the collapse, after naming the wreckage, after fighting to keep my children's stability intact, I had to face the part no one else could do for me, rebuilding myself from the inside out. Because the truth is, you can't pour into your children if your own well is bone dry. You can't protect their stability if your inner ground is collapsing. And in that season, mine almost did. Writing became my lifeline. Journals turned into scrolls. Notes turned into chapters. Pain turned into manuscripts. One man's mission. The grace of checking myself. The Hosea scroll. 33 days to grace. Each of them was born in fire. They weren't projects, they were survival. They were the only way I could make sense of what I was living through without losing myself completely. Writing gave me structure when everything else was chaos. It let me name things clearly when the daily conversations twisted reality. It gave me a place where lies couldn't rewrite the story. Sobriety was another cornerstone. There were seasons in my life when alcohol had been the false refuge, the numbing agent I leaned on to survive the weight. But in this storm, I refused to go back. I needed my mind clear. I needed my spirit open. I needed to show my children that the answer to pain is not drowning it, it's facing it. Staying sober gave me clarity to keep building, even when the ground felt like it was crumbling. Faith was the anchor. Scripture was no longer just theology, it was breath. John 8 verse 32, "You will know the truth, and the truth will set you free." That wasn't just a verse on a page. It was a lifeline in a season where lies were thick enough to suffocate. Hebrews 13 verse 5, "Never will I leave you, never will I forsake you." That wasn't abstract doctrine. That was the reminder that even when human love abandoned, divine covenant stayed. Prayer was less about asking and more about clinging, not polished words, but raw cries. God, don't let me drown in this. My mother's legacy became another guardrail. Her faith, her wisdom, the way she lived with conviction, all of it came rushing back as I tried to steady my own steps. I thought about how she would look me in the eyes and remind me that truth matters more than appearances, that peace without honesty is counterfeit, that dignity is worth more than approval. I leaned on that. I held it close. Rebuilding inner ground also meant facing my body. Trauma doesn't just live in the mind. It lives in the chest, the gut, the nerves. I had to retrain myself to breathe again. To walk without tension in my shoulders. To rest without waiting for the next accusation. That looked like slowing down. Like choosing silence for recovery instead of silence for suppression. Like sitting in the word not as duty, but as healing medicine for my nervous system. And here's the reality I had to accept: no one was going to hand me peace. I had to choose it. No partner, no court, no family member was going to suddenly show up and say, "Here's the restoration you deserve." It was on me to build that ground with Christ's help. Piece by piece. Stone by stone. Journal by journal. Prayer by prayer. Rebuilding inner ground was about remembering who I was before lies tried to rewrite me. I was a father. A truth teller. A man of covenant. A writer with something to say. A son of God who wasn't invisible, even if others tried to erase me. And reclaiming that identity, not as wishful thinking, but as daily practice, is what started to pull me back into myself. Guarding against old patterns. Once the fog of collapse began to lift, I realized one of the most dangerous temptations wasn't going back to her, it was going back to the old patterns that had kept me chained for so long. Because counterfeit love doesn't just wound you through another person. It rewires you to wound yourself, to normalize dysfunction, to keep repeating cycles even when the person is gone. I had to face the hard truth. Some of my deepest wounds were self-inflicted, born of my refusal to see clearly, my willingness to excuse, my endurance of patterns I should have walked away from earlier. Naming her betrayal wasn't enough. I had to name where I betrayed myself by ignoring the red flags, by silencing my instincts, by allowing my compassion to become captivity. Breaking trauma bonds became a daily practice. Trauma bonds are deceptive because they feel like love. They keep you chasing the same validation that will never come, tied to the hope that if you just prove enough, endure enough, or sacrifice enough, the other person will finally change. I had to retrain my mind to recognize that the high after a good day wasn't proof of progress, it was the hook. It was the cycle resetting itself. The apology after the cold silence. The moment of affection after weeks of neglect. Those weren't signs of covenant. They were chains tightening. No more chasing. No more pleading. No more proving. That was the guardrail I had to set for myself. If someone couldn't see my worth in the daily consistency of my love, they didn't deserve access to me in moments of convenience. I had to learn the difference between red flags and excuses. For years, I painted red flags gold. I told myself she's just stressed when she was manipulative. She just needs time when she was absent. She's just scared of commitment when she was actually unwilling to take responsibility. Excuses kept me bound. Now, red flags are not negotiable. They're stop signs, not speed bumps. Boundaries became my shield. Not walls. Walls keep everyone out, even the ones who love you. Boundaries let the right people in and keep the wrong patterns out. I had to make peace with the fact that my boundaries wouldn't always be applauded. In fact, they would often be attacked. But that didn't mean they weren't necessary. It meant they were working. And here's the hardest part. I had to forgive myself for the years I stayed silent, for the times I bent so far I nearly broke, for the moments I chose peace over truth. Because carrying shame about the past only ties you to it. Forgiveness of myself was as necessary as forgiveness of her. Not for reconciliation, but for liberation. Guarding against old patterns also meant being honest about what I would and would not accept in the future. I would not accept silence as punishment. I would not accept dishonesty as misunderstanding. I would not accept conditional love dressed up as loyalty. If it doesn't look like covenant, I won't call it love. It was a long process of retraining not just my mind, but my body. Learning to breathe when my nervous system braced for gaslighting. Learning to speak calmly without rehearsing every line in fear of being twisted. Learning to walk away from conversations where the only way to stay close was to betray myself. Guarding against old patterns wasn't just about saying never again. It was about building a new map inside myself, one where truth, dignity, and presence are non-negotiable. One where my children see a father who refuses to repeat cycles. One where love is measured by mutuality, not martyrdom. And in that process, I realized something liberating. The person who wounded me doesn't have the final say. My patterns do. And I have the power to break them. Redefining strength. For most of my life, I thought strength meant endurance. I thought it meant carrying more than anyone else, keeping quiet while being mistreated, holding the weight so others could collapse without consequence. That's what I was taught by culture, by family systems, by broken relationships that told me real men don't complain. But I've learned the hard way. That isn't strength. That's erasure. The collapse forced me to redefine what strength looks like. Because if I kept defining it as silence, as shouldering dysfunction, as excusing lies, then I was passing that definition down to my children. My sons would think their worth is measured by how much pain they can tolerate. My daughters would think love looks like watching a man slowly disappear. And I refuse to let that be their inheritance. Strength, I've realized, is not the absence of tears. It's not the ability to stand there while someone dismantles your dignity. Strength is staying true to yourself in the presence of distortion. Strength is telling the truth even when it costs you the room. Strength is refusing to trade your voice for someone else's comfort. For me, redefining strength looked like very ordinary choices. Staying present for my kids when I wanted to collapse. Showing up at school events, being there for dinner, keeping their routines intact even while my own life was in chaos. That's strength. Owning my voice publicly. Through my writing, through TFI News 24, through testimonies like this one. No more shrinking back because I feared backlash. My story is mine, and telling it is not bitterness, it's stewardship. That's strength. Choosing clarity over chaos. Refusing to rehearse every word before I said it. Refusing to let gaslighting define reality. Writing things down when I needed to anchor memory. Walking away from conversations where the only option was self-betrayal. That's strength. Practicing sobriety and self-regulation. Staying sober wasn't just about not drinking, it was about not letting anything numb me from reality. It was about facing pain fully awake, because peace built on escape isn't peace at all. That's strength. Strength also meant accepting help when I needed it. That one almost broke me. Because everything in me wanted to say, I've got this. But real strength is humble enough to admit, I need support. Whether that meant therapy, legal advice, or leaning on the few people who truly saw me, I had to let myself receive what I had always given. Spiritually, redefining strength meant letting go of the idea that God expected me to endure everything without breaking. That lie almost killed me. Scripture doesn't call men to be emotional punching bags. It calls us to walk in truth, to lead with presence, to stand firm in covenant. Even Jesus wept. Even Paul despaired of life itself. Even David cried out in caves. Their strength was never in pretending they were invincible. Their strength was in never abandoning God in their pain. And here's the part that hit me deepest. Strength is not about survival. It's about presence. My children don't need a father who never bends. They need a father who bends toward them. My readers don't need an author who pretends he's never been wounded. They need one who names the wound so they know they're not alone. God doesn't need my performance. He desires my surrender. Strength, as I now define it, is being unshaken in truth, unashamed in tears, and unafraid to set boundaries that protect dignity. It is standing firm enough to say, I am not invisible. I am not erased. I am not your scapegoat. I am a son, a father, a truth teller, and I refuse to disappear. That's what my children will inherit. Not the silence I once thought was noble, but the voice that rose out of wreckage and said, no more. I remember sitting in the courtroom, hearing my own testimony laid bare in front of strangers, photos and receipts passed around like they were the whole story of my worth. In that moment, I realized strength isn't in proving yourself, it's in refusing to let lies redefine you. I didn't need the court to tell me I had given everything. My hands, my bank account, my sweat-stained shirts already testified. But still I stood. Still I spoke. Still I let the record show. This is who I am, this is what I carried, and this is what was taken. That was strength. I remember nights after Lola's birth, scrolling through pictures I wasn't in, hospital moments that erased me. My daughter's first breaths captured in frames that pretended I didn't exist. I nearly crumbled. But then I held her in my arms, and I knew, strength is not being in every photo, strength is being in every moment that counts, even when no one documents it. She won't remember who clicked the camera. She'll remember who carried her when she cried at 3 a.m., who whispered prayers over her head when the house was dark. I remember standing in front of the half-finished room, the sacred space I had poured money and labor into, watching it rot because of a contractor's fraud and betrayal. Every nail I hammered, every board I carried was an act of hope for my family. And yet, there it stood, abandoned. My flesh wanted to scream, to break things. But my spirit whispered, strength is knowing this room isn't wasted, it's seed. Even if it never gets finished, the intention behind it will testify to my children, your father built with his whole heart. Those moments became my new definition of strength. Not the appearance of holding it all together, but the reality of staying faithful when everything around me came undone. A new vision of covenant. After everything collapsed, I had to face the truth. My old vision of covenant wasn't enough. I thought covenant meant holding on no matter what. I thought it meant carrying the weight for both of us until she could carry her share. But covenant without truth isn't covenant, it's captivity. So I began rebuilding my vision of covenant from the ground up. Covenant must have truth. If truth is absent, what you have is not a marriage, it's a masquerade. I lived long enough in rooms where lies masqueraded as peace, and I will never go back. Covenant must be mutual. It can't survive one person pouring and the other consuming. My love is not limitless when it's met with emptiness. Real covenant requires two hands on the plow, not one breaking under the yoke while the other watches. Covenant must be presence. Not just physical, but emotional, spiritual, and relational presence. Covenant doesn't disappear when the conversation gets hard. It doesn't hide behind silence. It doesn't punish with withdrawal. It remains, even when it's uncomfortable. I used to think covenant meant never leaving. Now I see it more clearly. Covenant means never leaving the truth. Covenant is not chained to dysfunction, it is anchored in Christ. If one partner abandons truth, covenant is already broken, whether the paper says married or not. For me, this new vision has become less about holding on at all costs and more about holding fast to what God actually designed marriage to be, a mirror of His love for His people. That love does not erase, diminish, or abuse. It corrects, heals, restores, and endures. This is what I want my children to inherit, not a legacy of their father chained to dysfunction, but a testimony of a man who redefined covenant in the light of truth. Chapter 9. The Cost of Silence. Silence was one of the most expensive currencies I ever paid. And for years, I didn't even realize how much I was losing by spending it. At first, silence felt like strength. Don't rock the boat, I told myself. She's already upset, don't add fuel to the fire. I convinced myself that swallowing my feelings was the noble choice, the patient choice, the Christian choice. I thought silence was sacrifice, that it was proof of my loyalty. But what I discovered was this: silence doesn't buy peace. It only rents it. And the price is always your dignity. I silenced myself when boundaries were crossed, hoping it would blow over. I silenced myself when money I had invested disappeared without accountability, thinking maybe patience would bring clarity. I silenced myself when my children were excluded, convincing myself that keeping the peace with her family was more important than my kids seeing me defend them. But here's the truth I had to learn the hard way. Every time you choose silence in the face of lies, you teach the liar that deception works. Every time you swallow your hurt, you give them permission to wound you again. Every time you erase your voice, you write yourself out of the story. And my children noticed. Kids don't need words to read the atmosphere of a home. They felt the tension when I held my tongue. They felt the shift in my body when I didn't speak. They felt the wound of being excluded while their dad said nothing to protect them. Silence didn't shield them. It betrayed them. The cost of silence is not just your own soul. It is the inheritance you pass to your children. If they watch you call lies peace, they will either repeat the pattern or rebel against it. I realized I couldn't afford that price. I would rather my children see me lose relationships than see me lose myself. I remember one specific night when the silence nearly crushed me. I had gone outside to breathe after another argument that turned into blame shifting. I sat in my truck, staring at the half-built room on the property, and it hit me. This silence is killing me. Not just emotionally, physically. My chest was tight, my body flooded with cortisol, my thoughts spinning. Silence had become its own form of violence. That night I made a decision. I would rather speak and face the storm than die quietly under its weight. And when I began speaking, really speaking, I saw the shift. It didn't fix the relationship. In fact, sometimes it made things worse. But it fixed me. I started to breathe again. I started to feel again. I started to live again. What I know now is this: silence is not strength when it protects dysfunction. Silence is not grace when it excuses deception. Silence is not peace when it erases truth. My voice may not always be welcomed, but it is no longer for sale. My peace is not dependent on someone else's comfort. And my children will never again have to wonder if their father will speak up for them. They will know, he may be quiet for a moment, but he will never stay silent when it matters. When the contractor fraud unfolded, silence became a cage I built around myself. I had put up over $40,000 of my labor, finances, and sweat into that addition. I coordinated materials, oversaw the work, made calls late at night, pulled strings during the day. I believed I was building not just walls and a roof, but a sanctuary for my family. And when the fraud surfaced, when promises crumbled and evidence mounted, my first instinct was silence. Don't stir conflict. Don't escalate. Maybe it will sort itself out. But silence in the face of theft is not patience. It is permission. Every day I stayed quiet, the weight grew heavier. Every dollar unaccounted for became another crack, not just in the foundation of the home, but in my soul. It was the same with the photographs. The baby shower I wasn't really welcome at, the hospital pictures I wasn't included in, the deliberate cropping out of my children emotionally and physically. Each time I held my tongue, telling myself, don't make it worse, I wasn't preserving peace. I was endorsing erasure. My silence gave oxygen to their exclusion. And then there was the courtroom. Standing there, sworn in, recounting the truth, I realized how many years I had spent swallowing lies to avoid this very moment. But in that room, silence was no longer an option. The judge didn't want harmony, he wanted facts. The evidence I had documented, the photographs I had taken, the receipts I had saved, they all became my voice. That day, silence broke and truth had its day in court. And truth won. Looking back, I see how silence not only harmed me but threatened to rewrite the legacy of my children. My sons and daughters don't just inherit my blood. They inherit my example. If I stay silent while they're excluded, what does that teach them about their worth? If I stay silent while fraud robs us blind, what does that tell them about justice? If I stay silent while gaslighting twists reality, what does that say about truth? The cost of silence is never just personal. It is generational. This is where the weight shifted for me. I realized silence wasn't only about me losing my voice. It was about my children losing their map of what healthy love, truth, and protection look like. I thought of my daughter watching me shrink back when her name wasn't included, when her face was left out, when her place at the table was ignored. I thought of my sons watching me work myself to the bone while another man's deceit walked away unchecked. What inheritance would I be leaving them? That endurance means erasure? That loyalty means silence? That being a man means absorbing lies until you collapse? No. I had to break it. Breaking the cycle meant learning that boundaries are not rejection, they are protection. That truth is not aggression, it is liberation. That saying no more is not betrayal, it is obedience to the call God has placed on me as a father, as a man, as a witness. I had to show my kids that it's okay to say, that's not acceptable. That it's okay to walk away from dysfunction, even if it means losing people you once thought were forever. That it's okay to demand honesty, respect, and reciprocity, not as luxuries, but as non-negotiables for real relationship. And I had to teach them with my life that healing requires truth spoken aloud, even when it shakes the house. So I spoke. I took legal action when silence had failed. I told my kids the truth without venom. Here's what happened. Here's what Dad is doing about it. Here's what's not okay. I chose honesty over image, clarity over comfort, legacy over illusion. And in doing so, I began rewriting the map they will carry forward. A map where love doesn't mean silence. Where truth doesn't mean conflict. Where boundaries don't mean rejection. Where healing matters more than appearances. Because cycles don't break themselves. Somebody has to stand up and say, this ends with me. Breaking a cycle isn't theory for me. It's bloodline work. I look back and see the pain etched into my family tree. My father carried accusations that nearly broke him. He lost a child to illness, stood in a courtroom fighting for his name, and bore the weight of being misunderstood. My grandmother carried prophetic wisdom, but left this world too soon to plant it fully into the next generation. My own story has been one of betrayal, exclusion, silence, and sacrifice, but also of learning to name truth and refuse captivity. If I don't break these patterns now, my children inherit not just my DNA, but my dysfunction. Cycles transmit through silence. What isn't healed in one generation becomes homework for the next. If I ignore exclusion, my children will grow up believing it's normal to be cropped out. If I tolerate fraud, they'll assume men are meant to be robbed quietly. If I bend under gaslighting, they'll think truth is negotiable. But I refuse that inheritance for them. My sons need to see that being a man does not mean being a martyr to lies. It does not mean enduring until you collapse. It means standing in truth even when your knees shake. It means drawing boundaries and saying, not in this house. It means protecting peace even if it costs comfort. My daughters need to see that their worth is not in how much silence they can carry for another person. That their voice matters. That truth is not something to apologize for. That they never have to shrink themselves or beg for the bare minimum in order to be loved. The weight of this is not abstract, it's daily. Every silence or word I choose becomes a brick in their foundation. Every time I refuse to confront deception, I'm not just avoiding conflict, I'm teaching them to normalize captivity. Every time I speak truth, even when it costs me, I'm showing them what covenant really looks like. That's why this fight is bigger than me. It's generational stewardship. I remember standing in the wreckage of the contractor fraud, over $40,000 in labor and money stolen, promises broken, trust shattered. I could have stayed silent. I could have taken the loss and told myself, it's not worth the fight. But what would that teach my kids? That injustice wins if it's loud enough? That fraud walks free if it hides behind family ties? No. I had to step into court, evidence in hand, not just for me, but for them. To show them that truth has to be defended, even when it feels like no one wants to hear it. I think of the baby shower I wasn't welcome at. The photos I was excluded from. The way my older children were pushed aside while blood ties were elevated. That silence could have become their inheritance if I hadn't stopped and said, no, you belong. You matter. You are not less. By speaking it, by naming it, I disrupted the script being written over them. Cycles are stubborn. They cling to generations like weeds, whispering the same lies to sons and daughters in new voices. But the only way they break is when someone finally says, this ends with me. For me, that means speaking the truth when silence would be easier. Drawing boundaries even when they cost relationships. Protecting my children's place at the table, no matter who tries to push them out. Refusing to let money, manipulation, or appearances override integrity. Choosing healing over illusion, even when illusion looks more peaceful. And it means standing before God and saying, I will not hand down broken maps. I will not let my children inherit silence when you called me to truth. I will not let their story be written by dysfunction I had the power to confront. Breaking the generational cycle is not about being perfect, it's about being faithful. Faithful to speak, faithful to protect, faithful to stand. Even if my voice shakes. Even if I stand alone. Because in the end, I won't be measured by how many people approved of me. I'll be measured by whether I left my children with a legacy of truth or a legacy of silence. The aftermath began in silence. When the collapse finally came, it didn't announce itself with fireworks or some cinematic moment of clarity. It came in silence. And not the good kind of silence, not rest, not peace, not Sabbath, but the kind of silence that rings in your ears like an alarm that never shuts off. A silence that felt louder than the shouting that came before it. There's something strange about the human body when it finally realizes the storm has passed. You don't get instant relief. You get exhaustion. For so long my nervous system had been running on adrenaline, cortisol, survival fuel. Every day was bracing for the next argument, the next cold shoulder, the next manipulation, the next lie. When it ended, my body didn't relax. It collapsed. I remember nights staring at the ceiling, not because I couldn't sleep from racing thoughts, but because my body literally didn't know how to rest. Years of carrying tension doesn't just disappear. It leaves its fingerprints everywhere, in my back, in my chest, in the migraines that would crawl up behind my eyes. My hands would shake, not because I was afraid in that moment, but because my nervous system didn't yet understand we were out of the war zone. That's the part people don't tell you about leaving dysfunction. It's not just emotional. It's biological. Your body has to detox from the chaos it adapted to. Survival mode rewires your brain to live on high alert, and when that high alert is gone, you don't just flip back to normal. You have to relearn what normal even feels like. And emotionally, the aftermath felt like a vacuum. For years I had been pouring myself into something that wouldn't hold me back. I had made space in my world so someone else could feel chosen. I gave loyalty, consistency, covering. And then suddenly, nothing. No reciprocity, no receptiveness, no warmth. Just the sharp edges of absence where presence should have been. The collapse didn't just take away her. It took away years of hope I had invested. It took away the illusion that maybe tomorrow would be different. And when that illusion is gone, you're not left with freedom at first. You're left with rubble. And rubble is heavy. The weight on my body. My body carried the bill for years of dysfunction. And when the collapse came, it was like the check was finally cashed in full. I woke up every morning already tired. Not the kind of tired coffee can fix, but bone-deep exhaustion, the kind you feel in your chest before you even move. My muscles felt like they had forgotten how to unclench. My stomach would knot for no reason. Food lost its taste. Sleep became fractured. Either I'd crash like a rock and wake up soaked in sweat, or I'd lie awake for hours listening to my own heartbeat pound like a drum that wouldn't quiet down. Stress lives in the body. And mine was a house full of ghosts. My back carried tension from always bracing for the next argument. My chest held tight from never knowing when the silent treatment would end. My head ached from rehearsing conversations in my mind just to survive them. Even little things became monumental. Walking into certain rooms, hearing certain tones of voice, even looking at unfinished parts of the house tied to the contractor disaster, all of it would trigger my body like alarms. Trauma doesn't care about logic. It wires your nervous system to see danger in the smallest cues. The weight on my soul. But the physical toll was nothing compared to the spiritual ache. I had spent years believing in something that wasn't real. I prayed, I fought, I stayed. I thought loyalty would eventually bear fruit. Instead, it left me holding nothing but silence and betrayal. The hardest part wasn't losing her. It was losing the version of me I used to be. The me who believed love could conquer anything. The me who thought faithfulness alone could heal dysfunction. The me who thought if I just kept giving, it would be enough. That man died slowly, and by the end, all that was left was a shadow walking through the motions, trying to remember who he was before the manipulation. And yet, in that collapse, I started to wake up. Clarity. The ability to call lies what they were. The strength to say no more. The courage to protect my peace, even if it meant standing alone. Chapter 10. Parenting in the Rubble. If the collapse crushed me, it crushed my children too, and that is the part that still rips at me. Because kids don't have the language for manipulation or gaslighting or betrayal. They just feel it. They absorb it in silence. They carry it in their bodies the same way I carried it in mine. I watched my children learn things no child should ever have to learn. They learned what exclusion feels like. They learned it when the stepmother threw Thanksgiving dinners where they weren't welcome, while their little sister got smiles and photos that didn't include them. They learned it when family pictures were snapped and cropped so their faces weren't part of the story. They learned it when they were treated as extras in a life where they should have been written in ink. They learned what silence feels like. Silence from adults who should have spoken up. Silence when their pain wasn't defended. Silence when they watched me carry the weight alone and no one stood up to say, "This isn't right." Kids learn fast from silence. It teaches them what the family really values. They learned what favoritism feels like. To be set aside because they weren't blood. To be asked to swallow the kind of inequality that corrodes a child's sense of worth. To be told without words that they mattered less. That kind of wound doesn't heal quickly. It seeps into identity. But here's the thing, they also learned what resilience looks like. They saw me show up anyway. They saw me stay faithful, even when love wasn't returned. They saw me build when everything around me was falling apart. They saw me put their needs above my exhaustion, their safety above my silence, their stability above my comfort. I had to father in the rubble. That meant answering their questions honestly, without poisoning their hearts. That meant narrating reality without venom. Here's what happened. Here's what Dad is doing about it. Here's what's not okay. I couldn't let them grow up in confusion, thinking dysfunction was normal or silence was peace. It meant showing them that boundaries are holy. That love doesn't mean being erased. That forgiveness doesn't mean allowing cycles of harm. That truth doesn't destroy families, lies do. It meant standing in front of them and modeling what I had to learn the hardest way possible. Peace is not the absence of conflict, it is the absence of self-betrayal. Every time I refused to bend to lies, I wasn't just protecting myself. I was rewriting their map of what love looks like. I was breaking the generational curse of silence and favoritism. I was showing them that fathers don't disappear, even when the house shakes. Silence versus presence. If I had to name the sharpest weapon used against me, it wasn't anger. It wasn't even lies. It was silence. Silence is a slow violence. It doesn't leave bruises you can show in court. It doesn't scream so the neighbors hear. It just sits heavy, hour after hour, until it convinces you that your voice has no place. There were days when I begged, not for answers, not for apologies, but for presence. Just for her to stay in the room when things got hard. Just for her to look me in the eye instead of retreating into that cavern of indifference. What I got instead was silence, long, suffocating gaps where love should have been. It's strange, but sometimes silence hurts worse than words ever could. Because when someone yells, at least they're engaging. At least they're still on the field. But silence? Silence says, you're not worth the effort of even fighting with. Silence erases. It makes you invisible while you're standing 2 feet away. Presence, on the other hand, is covenant's heartbeat. Presence is what children crave from their parents, not perfection, but consistency. Presence is what Scripture reveals about God Himself. Never will I leave you, never will I forsake you, Hebrews 13 verse 5. Covenant love doesn't promise no conflict, but it promises never to vanish when conflict shows up. I gave presence. I stayed when it was uncomfortable. I showed up at meals, at bedsides, in hard conversations. But when I needed presence most, in the hospital, in the courtroom, in the quiet of our home when distance was crushing me, I was met with withdrawal. And that absence didn't just wound me. It rewired the atmosphere of my house. Children notice when silence grows like mold in the corners. They notice when hugs are withheld, when voices go cold, when one parent carries weight alone. Kids learn whether love is safe not just from what is said, but from who stays. Over time, I realized that silence was being used as a strategy. It wasn't neutral. It was control. When I spoke truth, silence was the punishment. When I asked for repair, silence became the wall. When I refused to bend to lies, silence stretched until I had to choose, betray myself or sit in exile. And that was the breaking point. I could not keep trading my own voice for temporary proximity. I could not keep teaching my children that silence equals peace. Because true peace is not the absence of noise, it is the presence of truth. And presence without truth is just another mask. The financial and legal wreckage. When love collapses, it doesn't just break hearts, it breaks bank accounts, homes, and the sense of security you thought you were building together. I poured more than money into that house on Kansas Avenue. I poured hours of labor, sweat, late nights when the kids were asleep and I should have been resting. I coordinated contractors, secured materials, tracked receipts, and invested finances I didn't really have to spare. I did it because I believed in building something lasting, not just wood and drywall, but a sanctuary for family. And then came the fraud. The lies of a contractor who saw opportunity in our trust. Promises made, work half done, money gone. And the betrayal didn't stop there, because when it came time for accountability, I had to stand in court and fight not just for financial recognition, but for truth itself. The court did recognize my testimony. They saw the photos, the communications, the hours of labor. They acknowledged the fraud and named the damage. And yet, even with that recognition, the loss was real. Over $30,000 erased into thin air. Time I'll never get back. Energy that should have gone into my children, spent on drywall disputes and lies instead. But what cut even deeper than the financial hit was this. I thought I was investing into our future. Into covenant. Into stability for the kids. Instead, I ended up financing the illusion of partnership, paying into a house that carried my fingerprints everywhere but not my name on paper. Do you know how that feels? To stand in a home you helped build, knowing you have no legal protection inside its walls? To know your labor can be erased with a signature, your equity denied because the covenant wasn't honored? That's not just a financial wound. That's an existential one. And my kids felt that too. They saw me stressed over bills, tired from endless phone calls with contractors and lawyers, weighed down by paperwork instead of free to be light with them. They knew something had been stolen, not just money, but time, joy, and peace. The irony is this: the world honors paper over presence. I was there. I built it. I paid. I stayed. But because the covenant wasn't mutual, my sacrifice turned into debt instead of equity. That's what counterfeit love does. It doesn't just drain you emotionally. It leaves you footing the bill financially, spiritually, legally, while the other person walks away untouched. But even in that wreckage, I found clarity. I will never again invest into illusions. If it doesn't bear truth, if it doesn't honor mutuality, if it doesn't secure legacy for my children, I will not pour into it. Because I've learned the cost of financing shadows, and the price is too high. What hurt almost more than the lies and the financial betrayal was the silence that followed. Silence is not neutral, it is active erosion. And in my case, it wasn't just the absence of words, but the presence of walls. Every time I reached for connection, I was met with withdrawal. Every attempt at conversation turned into a shutdown. That silence became its own form of violence, not loud enough to draw sympathy from others, but sharp enough to cut me open inside my own home. It didn't stop there. The silence grew legs. It spread through family circles. It turned into exclusion. My kids and I weren't just ignored, we were erased. Holiday gatherings happened without us. Pictures were taken that we weren't in. Events were planned where my children's names never came up. And the new baby, my daughter, was lifted high while my other children were treated like shadows in the background. Do you know what it does to a father to watch his children be treated like second class while he stands powerless in the corner? To have your little one look at you with eyes asking why they're not included, why they're not loved the same way. I can endure personal rejection, but watching my kids carry wounds they didn't earn, that shattered me. I tried to advocate. I tried to speak. But every time I raised the issue, the flip happened. Suddenly I was the problem. I was too sensitive, too dramatic, making everything about me. The cycle wasn't just emotional, it was Darvo in action: deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. Except this time it wasn't only between me and a partner, it was between me, her family, and the kids caught in the crossfire. The result? Isolation. A man who gave everything: time, finances, labor, loyalty, standing on the outside of the very life he built. My kids beside me, learning early what it means to be excluded for no reason other than bloodlines that didn't match. I was present, but presence without acknowledgement becomes a kind of ghosthood. I lived in a house, but wasn't treated like part of a family. And silence and isolation becomes fertile soil for doubt. I began to question myself in the long nights. Was I overreacting? Was I expecting too much? Should I just endure more, stay quieter, bend further? But then I'd see my children's faces, and the spirit in me would not let me call captivity covenant. Silence is not peace. Exclusion is not love. Looking back, this isolation was strategic, not planned in detail, maybe, but effective nonetheless. When you isolate a man, you disarm him. When you silence his children, you erase his legacy. That's what almost happened to me. Almost, but not fully. Because I refused to let my kids believe this was normal. I began naming reality for them, without venom, but with clarity. This is not how love works. This is not what family means. This is not what God designed. And yet, the loneliness was still real. Nights where the house echoed with absence. Days where conversations felt like minefields. Weeks where my only peace came from writing, pouring pain into manuscripts, scrolls, journals, not because I wanted to be an author, but because I needed a place where my voice could not be erased. That's why these books exist. One man's mission, the grace of checking myself, 33 Days to Grace, Hosea and Gomer, the grace of conviction. They weren't written in quiet libraries with coffee and comfort. They were written in the margins of exclusion. They were me shouting into silence, refusing to let my testimony vanish. And that's what isolation taught me. I may be shut out, but I will not be shut up. My children will know the truth. My readers will hear the testimony. And even if the walls around me never break, the words I've set down will carry forward as witness. When everything around me collapsed, the finances, the trust, the covenant, the family unity, I had a choice to make. Either I could let those ruins define me, or I could stand inside them and remember who I was before the storm. At first, it didn't feel like a choice at all. The weight of silence and betrayal made me question everything about myself. Was I a fool for believing in love that wasn't returned? Was I weak for giving second, third, and 10th chances? Was I naive for thinking that loyalty could change someone else's refusal to grow? But then came the deeper question. What do my children see when they look at me? Do they see a man broken by rejection, erased by manipulation, crushed by betrayal? Or do they see a father who bends but does not break, who feels the ache but refuses to hand his dignity to lies? That was the turning point. My identity could no longer be built on someone else's validation. It could not be tied to whether I was chosen, acknowledged, or included. I realized that my covenant with Christ had to be the anchor, not my covenant with someone who refused to keep hers. It wasn't easy. Identity reconstruction never is. I had to unlearn years of believing that love equals endurance without reciprocity. I had to dismantle the idea that silence equals peace. I had to strip away the shame that came from being told, directly or indirectly, that my needs for honesty, affection, and respect were too much. Practically, here's what that looked like. I began speaking my truth even when it shook my voice. I stopped defending myself in conversations where the script was already set against me. I let my manuscripts hold the weight of my testimony, so I wouldn't collapse under the pressure of being silenced in real time. I protected my children's perspective, teaching them what real love looks like, not by theory, but by living it out in front of them. Identity reconstruction also meant remembering the man I was before betrayal tried to rename me. I wasn't just a rejected partner. I was a father. I was an author. I was a truth teller. I was a man under Christ's authority, accountable to him before anyone else. The silence, the exclusion, the financial ruin, none of that stripped away who I truly was. It only revealed it more clearly. There's something powerful about that. Betrayal has a way of burning away illusions. It hurts like fire, but it also purifies. What survived the fire in me was clarity. Clarity about what love is and isn't. Clarity about my worth. Clarity about the fact that I will never again beg for basic respect or apologize for needing honesty, loyalty, and presence. And in that reconstruction, I found a strange kind of peace. Not peace from everything being resolved, far from it, but peace from no longer betraying myself just to hold on to someone else. The absence of self-betrayal is where real peace begins. This reconstruction wasn't just personal. It was generational. Because when my kids see me stand in truth, even when it costs me comfort, even when it means walking through rejection, they learn that identity isn't something other people hand you. It's something God anchors in you. And no one can take that away. The collapse itself wasn't the end. In some ways, it was only the beginning. When the walls fell, what came next was the aftershock, the waves that keep rolling long after the quake. I thought walking away from illusion would bring immediate relief, but what it really brought was a different kind of ache. The kind that lives in your nervous system, in the empty spaces of your home, in the silence that follows years of chaos. The body keeps score. Long before I had the words of Bessel van der Kolk or the diagnoses that counselors hand out, I felt it in my chest. I would wake up with my heart racing, even in the absence of an argument. My hands would tremble when nothing was happening. My sleep broke into fragments, as if my brain couldn't let me drift too far from alertness. It was survival mode, wired into me from years of waiting for the next blow, not a fist, but a twist of words, a slammed door, the cold shoulder at the exact moment warmth was needed. That's the insidious thing about emotional abuse. It colonizes your nervous system. You adapt to dysfunction until chaos feels like normal and peace feels suspicious. I would sit in a quiet room and feel uneasy, like I was failing by not scrambling to fix something. I would replay conversations over and over, not because I enjoyed self-torture, but because I was trying to locate the spot where I went wrong. Trauma trains you to overfunction, to think if you can just preempt the next explosion, maybe this time it won't happen. But here's the lie hidden in that. There was never a right way to perform. No matter how carefully I spoke, no matter how much I provided, no matter how much I endured, the script was already written against me. I could improvise, twist, sacrifice, silence, but the ending was always the same. I'd be the villain in the story she needed to tell. The aftershock was realizing just how many years I had rehearsed for a part that was never mine to play. And then came the detox. People ask, why didn't you just leave sooner? They don't understand that walking away from counterfeit love is like breaking an addiction. You're not just leaving a person, you're leaving a system your body adjusted to survive. Every lie I tolerated was a hit. Every manipulation I absorbed was another dose. When it ended, my body craved the cycle, even though my soul was begging for freedom. That's why men go back, why women go back, why the cycle repeats. It isn't stupidity, it's survival chemistry. Trauma bonds don't break with logic, they break with pain and time and relentless truth. What shocked me the most wasn't the anger. It was the emptiness. The way silence echoed through the house. The way even my kids would look at me differently, as if asking, "Are we safe now? Is it really over?" They didn't just watch me suffer, they absorbed the atmosphere of instability. And children don't just watch, they internalize. If dad keeps giving and mom keeps taking, if dad speaks and mom rewrites, if truth means punishment and lies mean peace, that becomes their map for love. That realization almost broke me more than the betrayal itself. I had to face it, my healing wasn't optional. It was inherited. If I didn't stop the cycle, my children would. They'd carry it into their relationships, their marriages, their parenting. They'd learn silence where there should be voice. They'd confuse martyrdom with love. They'd believe boundaries are rejection instead of dignity. That was the real aftershock, knowing that my pain wasn't just mine. It was generational unless I interrupted it. So I started to build again. Not the way I had before, not bending myself to fit someone else's refusal to grow, but brick by brick on truth, presence, and covenant with God. Some days that meant writing until my chest stopped pounding. Some days it meant telling my kids plainly, that was not okay. Here's what actually happened. Here's what love should look like. Some days it meant standing in courtrooms, testifying to fraud, holding receipts that proved what I had given when others tried to erase it. And some days it meant sitting alone, unclenching my jaw, letting myself cry without shame, and reminding myself, peace is not the absence of noise, it is the absence of self-betrayal. The aftershock taught me something I never wanted to learn, that survival doesn't end with leaving. It ends when you stop apologizing for needing what covenant always required: honesty, reciprocity, affection, and presence. It ends when you stop calling chaos, passion, and neglect space. It ends when you stop trading your clarity for temporary calm. And here's the truth. I didn't become harder. I became clearer. I didn't lose compassion. I lost tolerance for spin. I didn't stop loving. I stopped enabling. That's the aftershock. What the aftershock taught me more than anything is that trauma doesn't end when the relationship ends. The collapse is loud, but the silence afterward is what really tests you. Clinically, this is what happens. When you live in fight or flight for years, your body normalizes cortisol spikes, adrenaline surges, and hypervigilance. Once the trigger is gone, your nervous system doesn't just flip a switch back to calm. It keeps firing. Psychologists call it post-traumatic adaptation. You're jumpy, restless, anxious, not because you missed the abuse, but because your body doesn't yet know it's safe. That's why quiet rooms feel loud. That's why you can't sleep even when no one is yelling. That's why some survivors sabotage peace, because their bodies have learned to equate chaos with connection. I had to face this head on. Not in theory, but in practice. There were nights I sat in my living room and felt panic rise even though everything was calm. No lies, no games, no accusations, just silence. But my chest tightened anyway, as if my body didn't trust the quiet. That's when I realized healing isn't just leaving, it's retraining. Retraining my nervous system to believe peace is real. Retraining my thoughts to stop looping back to, what if I had just said it differently? Retraining my heart to believe that boundaries aren't cruelty, they're love. The aftershock also forced me to look at the patterns of self-betrayal I had tolerated for too long. I had silenced doubts. I had excused deception. I had minimized the coldness, the withholding, the blame-shifting, because I thought endurance meant covenant. But endurance without reciprocity is slavery. And here's the clearest thing I can say: any love that demands you erase yourself is not love, it's idolatry. I had to unlearn the reflex of over-explaining. I had to unlearn apologizing for basic needs: affection, honesty, consistency. I had to unlearn the instinct to defend myself against false narratives. Because every time I defended, I gave the lie a stage. Every time I over-explained, I trained my body to live in cross-examination instead of communion. And communion, the real kind, never puts you on trial. What I learned in the aftershock is this: truth is non-negotiable. Not because it guarantees peace with others, but because it guarantees peace within yourself. If the truth costs me relationships, so be it. At least I'm not betraying myself anymore. And my children, they're the reason this mattered most. The aftershock showed me they were watching not only how I endured, but how I rebuilt. If they see me stay silent in the face of lies, they'll learn silence. If they see me trade truth for proximity, they'll inherit that map. But if they see me stand, if they see me heal, if they see me speak without venom but with clarity, they will learn something far more valuable, that truth and peace are worth more than proximity to dysfunction. So here's the seal on this stone. Peace isn't the absence of conflict, it's the absence of self-betrayal. I didn't walk out of the collapse unscarred. But scars are not the end of the story. They are proof that the wound has closed. The aftershock hurt. The detox hurt. The silence hurt. But it also clarified. And clarity, even when it costs, is the birthplace of covenant love. Chapter 11. The Children's Witness. My children were not bystanders in this story. They weren't shielded from it by walls or by whispers. They lived it. They absorbed it. They carried it in their eyes long before they ever had the words to tell me what they felt. Children do not need language to recognize division. They can feel the temperature of a room. They can sense when affection is withheld. They know when the table is not set for them. And in this story, my children were made to sit in the witness stand without ever being asked if they wanted to be there. They watched me pour everything I had into making a home for us. They saw me invest money, time, sweat, and sacrifice into building a life, not just for her and me, but for all of them together. And yet, while I was pouring out, they were receiving the message that they didn't fully belong. They saw me excluded from moments that should have been ours to share, the birth photos, the family celebrations. They saw their own names and faces absent from the narrative of family that was being curated. They saw me treated like an outsider in the very place where I had given my all. Children don't always say it out loud, but they feel it. They feel when one child is favored and another is overlooked. They feel when their father is silenced, dismissed, or treated as less than. My children had to witness favoritism Lola celebrated because she was blood, while my other children were quietly erased from the picture. They had to watch me fight for their inclusion, fight for my own voice, fight for covenant where there was only avoidance. That is not a neutral experience for a child. That is a seed planted deep in their hearts, and if left unchecked, it grows into questions no child should ever have to wrestle with. Why am I not chosen? Why am I not enough? Why is love conditional? The cost of silence is not just my own exhaustion, it is my children's confusion. When arguments filled the air, when tension replaced tenderness, when doors slammed instead of opened, they were there. They didn't need to hear the words to understand the fracture. They could feel it in the way I came back into the room heavy, the way I tried to protect them with a smile while my chest was burning from what had just been said or left unsaid. Children are the most perceptive witnesses of all. They don't miss much. And what they don't understand in the moment, they will interpret later in the form of questions about what love is supposed to look like. Clinically, this is the inheritance of attachment wounds. A child who grows up watching love distorted learns to confuse avoidance with safety, chaos with normalcy, favoritism with value. Their nervous systems map the dysfunction as the baseline. If they see lies go unchallenged, they learn to distrust their own perception. If they see favoritism, they learn love is a competition. If they see silence win, they learn honesty is punished. Unless that cycle is interrupted, it repeats itself in their own relationships years later. The very pain I endured could have been passed down like a baton, not by words, but by example. That is why my role as their father became more than just enduring for myself. I had to narrate reality for them in a way that cut through the confusion. I had to be intentional with my voice. I would tell them plainly, without venom, here's what happened. Here's what Dad is doing about it. Here's what's not okay. Not to smear, not to make them pick sides, but to protect their vantage point from being clouded by spin. I refused to let them grow up thinking that silence is peace or that dishonesty is love. If I had gone quiet, if I had let the flip and the lies define the story, then my children would have inherited my silence as their map. And I could not let that happen. Theologically, the weight of this hit me harder than anything else. Children are a heritage from the Lord, offspring a reward from him. Like arrows in the hands of a warrior are children born in one's youth. Psalm 127 verses 3 to 4. Arrows only fly where they are aimed. And if I had aimed them toward tolerance of lies, toward confusion, toward absence disguised as love, then that is the direction they would have flown. But my task, as their father, is to aim them toward truth, toward covenant, toward healing. That meant I had to live the very guardrails I've been writing about, not just for me, but for them. This realization is what broke the last layer of compromise inside me. Because it wasn't just about me anymore. It wasn't just about whether I could endure another season of silence or carry another wave of manipulation. It was about what my children were learning while I endured. They were watching me. They were inheriting the culture I tolerated. And I knew then that I had to end the cycle, even if it cost me comfort, even if it cost me the relationship, even if it meant starting over. Their witness mattered more than my attachment. Their legacy mattered more than my loneliness. And here is what I know now. My children will not inherit silence. They will not inherit favoritism. They will not inherit confusion about whether love erases or restores. They will inherit a father who stood up, who spoke truth, who drew boundaries not just for himself but for them. They will inherit a map of love that says honesty is safety, presence is non-negotiable, and covenant love does not erase anyone at the table. This is what it means to fight for your children's witness. It means you stop negotiating with lies, not only for your sake, but for theirs. It means you let go of the illusion of peace, if that peace requires you to let them grow up watching abuse dressed as intimacy. It means you carry the ache of walking away so that they don't have to. Because in the end, my children were not just watching me survive, they were watching me lead. And the greatest redemption is this: they will not repeat what they saw. They will carry what I chose to live out. The cost of staying too long. I need to be honest here. One of the hardest truths I've had to face is that I stayed too long. I endured far beyond what was healthy, not because I was blind, but because I wanted so badly to believe love would eventually meet me where I was pouring everything out. The longer I stayed, the more the cost compounded. It wasn't just years slipping by, it was my clarity, my health, my finances, my identity, even my children's peace being drained slowly day after day. When I look back, I can see the ways I paid for staying in silence. I invested thousands of dollars and countless hours into a home that was supposed to be for our family, trusting that my sacrifices would be honored. I poured myself into that contractor project, lining up materials, paying bills, handling labor, coordinating timelines, all in good faith. And when the fraud came out, when the betrayal was exposed, I was the one left holding the bag. Court recognized my testimony. They acknowledged what I did. But even with the judgment in my favor, the cost was already carved into me: lost savings, lost time, and the bitterness of being used by the very person I was building for. The financial side was one layer, but the deeper wound was relational. I stayed through the lies. I stayed through the silence. I stayed through the rejection of my older children by her family. I watched my kids' eyes dim when they weren't invited to gatherings, when photos were taken without them, when the message was clear: you don't belong because you're not blood. That broke me in a way I can't fully explain. I thought my presence, my loyalty, my endurance would eventually prove to her and to her family that I was worth honoring. Instead, my children paid the price for my patience. That's a cost I will never let repeat again. Then there was the toll on my own body. Years of constant stress, walking on eggshells, trying to avoid another blow-up or another week of silent treatment. Nights without sleep, lying awake wondering if the distance would ever close. Hospital visits when my body finally broke under the weight of it. Migraines, chest tightness, the gnawing anxiety that never let me rest. Counterfeit love doesn't just drain your emotions, it rewires your nervous system until your body thinks chaos is normal. And I lived in that cycle long enough to know how dangerous it really is. It felt like detox when I finally stepped back. My body literally had to relearn what peace felt like. What hurts the most about staying too long is the erosion of identity. Slowly, I stopped recognizing myself. I rehearsed conversations in my head, over-explained everything, questioned my memory after every argument. Gaslighting is a slow thief. It doesn't steal all at once. It rewrites you piece by piece until you're living like a shadow of yourself. And the longer you stay, the harder it becomes to trust your own reality. That's the real cost, not just the wasted years, but the way those years make you doubt who you are. From a clinical lens, I know now that what I was living in was trauma bonding. The cycle of hurt, followed by temporary calm, followed by hurt again. The brain confuses that cycle with love because the relief after pain feels like connection. But it's not connection, it's survival. And the longer you stay, the more your brain wires itself to chase that temporary calm, convincing you that enduring the pain is worth it just to feel a little relief. That cycle nearly broke me. It made me confuse dysfunction for covenant, chaos for passion, provocation for intimacy. And I see now how deadly that is. From a theological lens, I also see the error I made. I mistook endurance for faithfulness. I thought staying meant I was being loyal, that my silence meant I was carrying the cross. But there's a difference between bearing one another's burdens and bearing the weight of someone else's lies. God never asked me to be nailed to a cross He already carried. He never asked me to stay yoked to deception. His word is clear. Do not be yoked together with unbelievers, 2 Corinthians 6 verse 14. And yet, I stayed yoked to behavior that denied truth, denied covenant, denied accountability. That's not faithfulness. That's captivity dressed up as loyalty. The cost of staying too long is this. Your boundaries weaken. Your silence teaches the liar that deception works. Your children inherit confusion instead of clarity. Your body carries stress it was never built to endure. Your finances bleed into a future that never materializes. And your spirit becomes weary, not because love failed, but because lies consumed what love required to survive, truth. So here's what I've learned, and I say it plainly, staying is not always strength. Sometimes leaving is the only form of faithfulness left. Faithfulness to God. Faithfulness to your children. Faithfulness to your own soul. Because when truth is absent, covenant is absent. And the longer you pretend otherwise, the more you pay the cost that was never yours to carry. I don't write this to shame myself for enduring too long. I write it so no one else makes the same mistake thinking endurance alone equals love. Endurance only heals when both people are committed to truth. Endurance in the absence of truth is not covenant, it is self-destruction. And the cost is far too high. Another cost of staying too long is how it changes the way your children see love. My kids saw me endure things no father should have to normalize in front of his family. They saw me invest, sacrifice, and remain present while being treated like an afterthought. They witnessed silence replacing tenderness, lies replacing truth, absence replacing presence. And children, whether we like it or not, build their map of love from what they see in us. By staying too long, I risked teaching them that love means tolerating disrespect, that devotion means erasing yourself, that loyalty means swallowing lies. That's a cost I can never minimize. I had to learn that breaking silence wasn't just for me, it was for them. Because if I don't model boundaries, they'll inherit brokenness. If I don't live in truth, they'll inherit confusion. That's not the legacy I want to leave. Another hidden cost was spiritual erosion. Every time I silenced my voice, every time I explained away deception, I chipped away at my own spiritual authority. How could I lead my children in truth while allowing lies to dominate my own household? How could I preach covenant when I was excusing counterfeit intimacy? Staying too long made me complicit in my own erasure. And that's a weight no man should carry under the banner of love. There's also the cost of community. Friends pulled back because they didn't understand why I kept enduring what looked unbearable. Support systems fractured because I didn't want to admit how deep the dysfunction ran. In trying to protect the image of the relationship, I isolated myself from people who might have offered real healing. Counterfeit love isolates you so it can control you, and the longer you stay, the fewer lifelines you feel you have. Finally, the deepest cost, time. Time I'll never get back. Birthdays where joy should have been louder than division. Holidays where silence ruled the table. Nights wasted defending myself instead of dreaming with my family. Time stolen not just from me, but from the people who needed me whole. That's the cruelest price of all, not just what counterfeit love takes from you, but what it steals from the future you were meant to build. So when I say the cost of staying too long is too high, I don't mean it lightly. It's not just dollars or health or even heartbreak. It's legacy. It's identity. It's time. And those are currencies you never get back. The money I invested wasn't just numbers in a ledger. It was years of labor, sweat, and sacrifice. It was siding purchased in good faith, lumber carried across yards, checks written when my own kids needed things. The contractor fraud didn't just rob us of money, it symbolized what was happening on every level. I was pouring into a foundation that wasn't being built with me. I thought I was building a future, but all I was doing was patching holes in a structure destined to collapse. The more I gave, the more I lost, not because giving is wrong, but because giving without reciprocity drains you to bone and ash. Staying too long trained my nervous system to accept dysfunction as normal. I didn't even realize how much tension I carried until I stepped out of it and felt my shoulders finally drop. The constant hypervigilance, waiting for the next cold silence, the next twisted argument, the next lie spun into narrative, it all rewired my body. You can't live in fight or flight for years without it costing you your health. And that toll doesn't vanish the day you leave. It lingers in the form of anxiety, in sleepless nights, in the way you still rehearse conversations in your head. That's the hidden invoice counterfeit love hands you. It collects interest long after you've walked away. Stress doesn't just stay in the mind, it plants itself in the body. I carried fatigue, hospital visits, chest tightness, migraines. My body was keeping score while my heart tried to make excuses. And I had to face the truth. Love that makes you sick is not love. The cost of staying too long is not just heartbreak. It's blood pressure, it's weakened immunity, it's years shaved off a man's life that he can't ever reclaim. This may have been the heaviest of all. Every time I excused lies, every time I silenced myself, I compromised my own walk with God. How can a man stand in the authority of Christ and preach truth when he's excusing deception in his own house? Every time I traded truth for temporary peace, I was grieving the spirit. Counterfeit love doesn't just break the heart, it starves the soul. The longer you stay in it, the more numb you grow to conviction and the more distant God feels. Not because he leaves, but because lies crowd out your ability to hear him clearly. Counterfeit love isolates you. The longer I stayed, the harder it was to be honest with friends, with family, even with myself. People saw glimpses of the truth, but I kept covering it. And slowly, community ties frayed. Friends pulled back. Some couldn't understand. Some thought I chose it. Others didn't want to get caught in the drama. And in protecting the image of a relationship that was already broken, I found myself cut off from the very people who could have helped me heal sooner. This one cuts deepest. My children watched. They saw the tension. They felt the imbalance. They lived inside the silence. By staying too long, I risked handing them a blueprint that said, love equals endurance of abuse, loyalty equals silence, covenant equals erasure. And that is a cost too high. Because children don't just listen to what we say, they absorb what we model. And if I had stayed in it without naming it, they would have grown up thinking this was normal. That's why leaving wasn't just for me, it was for them. Legacy is always being written. The longer you stay in dysfunction, the more you risk etching brokenness into your children's map of love. This is what most people don't realize. Every day you stay past the point of truth adds weight to the collapse. It's not just wasted time. It's compounded debt, emotional, spiritual, financial. The walls don't just rot, they cave. And by the time you leave, you're not just walking away from what was. You're crawling out from under rubble that could have been avoided if truth had been named sooner. One of the cruelest lies I believed was that staying made me strong. That endurance was godliness. That loyalty was holiness. But I had to learn that not all endurance is righteous. Some endurance is self-betrayal dressed as faith. And God never called me to stay yoked to deception. The cost of staying too long is mistaking silence for strength and captivity for covenant. And that lie will kill a man slowly if he never names it. When I look back now, I see it clearer than ever. Staying too long emotionally almost cost me everything. It cost me money I'll never see again. It cost me nights of sleep and years of health I can't buy back. It cost me community ties that withered in the silence. It nearly cost me my children's sense of what love should look like. It dulled my fire, wore down my hope, and tried to rewrite my identity in the shadow of lies. For too long I believed endurance was holiness. That if I just held on, bent more, gave more, loved harder, the breakthrough would come. But endurance without truth isn't covenant, it's captivity. And captivity doesn't refine you, it erases you. What I've learned is this: every day you remain in deception, you're complicit in your own disappearance. You cannot save someone by destroying yourself. You cannot protect your children by modeling silence. You cannot claim covenant while excusing lies. That's not faithfulness. That's betrayal of your own soul. The cost of staying too long is not just the loss of years. It's the loss of clarity, of peace, of presence, of legacy. It's the slow burn of a man becoming smaller and smaller until he barely recognizes himself. And I refuse to live like that anymore. So I say it with conviction: leaving was not failure. Leaving was faith. Walking away was not giving up, it was giving back. Giving my children the chance to see truth. Giving my soul the right to breathe. Giving my future the chance to be built on something real. I did not lose love when I walked away. I lost captivity. I lost illusion. I lost the lie that endurance without reciprocity is noble. What I gained was far greater: the clarity to see truth, the strength to hold boundaries, and the peace of knowing I no longer betray myself. That is the final word on staying too long. It is never worth the cost. Chapter 12. Reclaiming Legacy. There comes a moment when a man has to look around at the rubble of what he's endured and say, enough. Not out of bitterness. Not out of hate. But out of clarity. For me, that moment wasn't one single explosion or dramatic exit. It was years of bending, apologizing, and silencing myself until I finally realized I wasn't just losing her, I was losing me. And if I lost myself, my children would lose their father, my calling would lose its voice, and my legacy would collapse under the weight of silence. Walking away wasn't abandoning love. It was abandoning the lie. It was choosing truth over proximity. It was choosing peace over performance. It was choosing my children's inheritance over her narrative. People talk about how hard it is to leave, but the truth is this: the hardest part was realizing staying had already cost me more than leaving ever could. Walking away felt like stepping out of a burning house. For so long, I thought if I just patched the roof, swept the ashes, painted over the scorch marks, maybe the house would hold. But the fire wasn't in the walls, it was in the person who kept lighting matches. Staying was never going to save it. Walking away was the only way to breathe again. That doesn't mean it was easy. The moment you leave, the silence of absence feels louder than the chaos you just walked away from. You question yourself. You wonder if you could have tried one more time. But then you remember, it wasn't the lack of effort that broke it, it was the lack of truth. The first thing I had to reclaim was my own clarity. After years of gaslighting, Darvo cycles, and blame shifting, I had stopped trusting my own instincts. I second-guessed everything I said, everything I felt. Walking away wasn't just about leaving her, it was about returning to myself. To stand again in the confidence that my memory is accurate, my needs are valid, my boundaries are holy. For too long I was treated like my voice was too much, my standards too high, my loyalty too demanding. Walking away let me finally say, no, it's not too much to expect honesty, reciprocity, presence, and affection. Those are not luxuries. They are the bare minimum for covenant love. But walking away wasn't only about me. It was about my children. They needed to see what it looks like when a man refuses to bow to lies. They needed to see that love does not mean tolerating disrespect. They needed to see that covenant is not captivity. The day I started narrating reality to them without venom, without spin, without silence, something shifted. I could look them in the eyes and say, this is what happened. This is what Dad is doing. This is what's not okay. And in that, they didn't just hear about boundaries, they saw them lived out. Walking away was teaching them by example. Truth is not rejection. Boundaries are not cruelty. And silence is not peace. My body felt the difference, too. The constant tightness in my chest, the sleepless nights rehearsing arguments in my head, the exhaustion of walking on eggshells, it began to lift. Not overnight. Trauma doesn't drain out in a day. But slowly, my body started to believe peace was possible again. My nervous system, so used to bracing for the next attack, began to loosen. My breath went deeper. My sleep got longer. When you walk away, you don't just save your soul, you start healing your body. Walking away interrupts trauma bonds. It stops the cycle of hurt, hope, temporary calm, repeat. For years, my brain learned to survive by rationalizing dysfunction. That's what trauma bonding does. It ties you to the very person who's breaking you, because intermittent affection tricks the nervous system into clinging tighter. But the moment you walk away, you begin to rewire. The cycle shatters. And though it hurts, it also heals. This is the clinical truth. Leaving counterfeit love is not abandonment, it's neurological liberation. It gives your brain and body the chance to relearn what safety feels like. And when your children watch you walk away from deception instead of swallowing it, their brains learn the same lesson. You break the generational cycle. Theologically, walking away was Exodus. It was leaving Egypt. And just like Israel, I carried scars of slavery. I carried the memory of what I endured. I carried the ache of things lost in the wilderness. But God never called his people to stay in Egypt for the sake of false peace. He called them out into the unknown to reclaim a promise. That's what this was for me. Leaving wasn't turning my back on covenant. It was turning my back on counterfeit. And God met me in it. He whispered through scripture, "Whom the Son sets free is free indeed," John 8 verse 36. He reminded me, "Forget the former things, do not dwell on the past. See, I am doing a new thing," Isaiah 43 verses 18 to 19. And he steadied me with this. "Come out from among them and be separate," says the Lord, 2 Corinthians 6 verse 17. Walking away wasn't losing love. It was choosing obedience. But here's the truth. Walking away only restores if you do it with clarity. If you leave without naming truth, the liar controls the narrative. If you leave without rebuilding, you risk repeating the cycle. If you leave with bitterness, you poison your future. Walking away has to be paired with truth-telling, boundary-keeping, and rebuilding. It has to be about legacy, not vengeance. Because leaving isn't just what frees you, it's what frees your children from inheriting the wounds you carried. Walking away emotionally was the hardest thing I've ever done, but it was also the holiest. Because it wasn't just about ending something broken. It was about beginning again in truth. It was about reclaiming the man God made me to be. It was about giving my children a legacy of clarity instead of confusion. You didn't lose the love of your life. You lost captivity. You lost illusion. You lost the weight that was killing you. And what you gained is priceless. Peace, presence, legacy, and the chance to build something real. Walking away is not the end of love. It is the beginning of covenant. One of the hardest parts of staying too long was how silence became a weapon in my own home. Silence after asking for connection. Silence after trying to repair. Silence in the bedroom where intimacy should have lived. Silence when my kids needed to be embraced as part of the family. I cannot explain the ache of lying next to someone, night after night, feeling more alone than if I had been in an empty bed. Silence is not peace, it's starvation. You learn to ration your own hope just to survive. And when silence becomes the default language of a relationship, love withers in the dark. Leaving that behind wasn't just for me. It was so my children wouldn't grow up thinking affection is optional, that their father's worth could be erased by someone else's avoidance, or that love means ignoring each other until resentment takes over. And then there was the financial weight. I poured more than $40,000 into that house. My money, my sweat, my hours. Not just because it was brick and wood, but because I thought I was building a home for our family, a place where my kids could belong. Every nail I drove in, every dollar I sacrificed, I believed I was investing in covenant. But what do you do when you realize the very house you built has become a stage for manipulation? When the sacrifices you made are erased, minimized, or claimed by someone else as if you were never there? Walking away meant finally saying, I will not let my investments, my labor, or my loyalty be twisted into chains. It meant reclaiming my right to fight for what was mine, legally and spiritually. What made the collapse unbearable was how it spilled over onto my children. My older kids were excluded from moments they should have been part of: birthdays, baby showers, even delivery room photos. Imagine being a father watching your children erased because someone decided blood mattered more than bond. That wound isn't just about me. It's about the message it sends to them. I couldn't stay in a system where my children were taught they were less than, or where my silence made it seem like I agreed with their exclusion. Walking away became about protecting their dignity. Because if a man won't fight for his children's place at the table, he teaches them to settle for crumbs. And I can't ignore what it did to my health. The constant hypervigilance, waiting for the next blow-up, the next shift in mood, the next lie, left me physically drained. My body was breaking under the weight of stress. Headaches, chest tightness, exhaustion. My spirit was weary from constantly being on trial in my own home. The moment I walked away, I could feel the shift. Not instant relief, but the first deep breath I'd taken in years. I realized I wasn't meant to live like that. None of us are. And if staying in something that drains your body, erases your children, and silences your spirit is what you call love, then you've redefined the word until it means bondage. So here's the hardest truth I had to swallow: I couldn't save the relationship. Not because I didn't try. Not because I wasn't loyal. But because you can't save something one-sided. Love requires two. Covenant requires truth. And no matter how hard you work, you cannot force someone to give what they refuse to offer. Walking away was about reclaiming legacy. It was about showing my children that truth matters more than image, that peace matters more than proximity, and that covenant cannot exist without mutuality. It was about taking every lesson I learned in that collapse and turning it into wisdom that would not die with me but live on in them. Message to all who gave all. I have said a lot in these pages. Some of it was raw. Some of it was heavy. Some of it may have sounded like too much truth pressed into too small a space. But this is the life I lived, and I could not soften it without betraying what really happened. If you've read this far, then you've walked with me through silence, betrayal, courtrooms, broken promises, and the kind of ache you don't shake off in a week or even a year. You've also seen the guardrails, the glimpses of peace, and the ways God met me in the mess. That's the point. Not that the mess disappeared, but that I wasn't lost in it forever. Here is what I want to leave with you. Truth is not just a concept, it's oxygen. And if you learn nothing else from my story, I hope you learn that you cannot survive without it. I tried. I tried to breathe the illusion, to survive on half-truths and silence, and it nearly killed me. What finally saved me wasn't the absence of pain, but the presence of truth. Maybe you're reading this in the middle of your own storm. Maybe you've been carrying the weight of someone else's lies or indifference. Maybe you've been silencing yourself because you thought that was strength. I want to say this as plainly as I can: you are not crazy, and you are not alone. What you feel matters. Your story matters. And there is life on the other side of this. I don't know how your story will unfold. I don't know if the person who hurt you will ever change. But I do know this: you can change. You can choose to stop betraying yourself. You can choose to tell the truth, even if your voice shakes. You can choose to protect your peace, your children, your legacy. You can choose to walk with Christ, who has been through false accusation, abandonment, and betrayal, and who still chose love that never lies. That's what covenant really is. Not perfection. Not absence of wounds. But a love that refuses to disappear when it's hard, and a truth that refuses to be silenced even when it costs everything. So this is where I'll leave you. Don't just read my testimony. Live your own. Live it in truth. Live it in presence. Live it in the kind of love that your children and your children's children will look back on and say, that's what it means to stand. That's what it means to love. That's what it means to walk with God. Because when the dust settles, that's the only story worth telling. Theo. About the author. Theodore Hudson is a father of 5, journalist, and prophetic author who has lived through the kind of storms most people only whisper about. Before his words ever reached a page, his life was marked by addiction, hospitalizations, betrayal, and battles that could have swallowed him whole. What should have ended him became the very ground God used to teach him how to endure, how to rebuild, and how to speak life into others who feel buried under the weight of their own trials. As the founder of TFInews24.org, Hudson has committed himself to truth, whether in the arena of investigative journalism or in the hidden corners of the human heart. His work blends theology, psychology, and raw testimony, offering not abstract answers, but survival maps for those walking through betrayal, neglect, and chaos. He writes from the scars of addiction recovery, from nights spent in hospital rooms wondering if he'd see his children again, from the silence of rejection, and from the long road of fatherhood where love sometimes meant standing alone. Those scars now serve as proof, not of defeat, but of a God who sustains when everything else collapses. Hudson's books, One Man's Mission, The Grace of Checking Myself, The Return of the Christ Within series, and 33 Days to Grace, are not theories. They are survival testaments written for those who need to know they aren't crazy, they aren't weak, and they aren't alone. As a father of 5, his deepest conviction is this: legacy is not just what you leave behind when you're gone, it's what your children inherit while you're still here. Every word he writes carries the weight of that calling, a determination that his children, and those who read his work, will inherit clarity, dignity, and truth. Every page is a reminder that addiction can be broken, betrayal can be survived, truth is oxygen, love is presence, and covenant is still possible. Theodore Hudson lives in Oklahoma, where his journalism, ministry, and writing continue to intersect, giving voice to men, families, and anyone navigating the unseen battles of survival and restoration. Follow his mission on Facebook, TFInews24.org, Audible, and Amazon.